Welcome to the Circuito de Jerez. Welcome to Winter Series. It is the third round, the third destination of the Gedlich Racing Winter Series season for 2024. And we now make the move across the border from Portugal to sunny southern Spain. We are at the Circuito de Jerez with three of our fabulous categories. The prototypes are on sabbatical. A lot of the teams racing in the Asian Le Mans Series over in the UAE. So instead we have the Formula Winter Series making their debut. Myself, Adam Weller, alongside Chris McCarthy and Lucas Gajewski, your team on the broadcast end of things for this weekend around this circuit. 15 corners, 4.428 kilometers in total. One of the elder circuits on the calendar as well, dating back to 1985, of course, a former host of the Spanish and indeed the European Grand Prix, a facility with a lot of history, still very much, of course, a World Championship level facility in motorcycle racing. Look at the weather conditions. We might have a bit of rain later on in the day. We did have a very much rain-affected Friday here at the Circuito de Jerez, so we're going to have to see quite what the weather does over us over the next few hours. We're expecting good conditions, at least for the first couple of hours of today's racing. Sunday, I think, is going to be a little bit more temperamental in general, but you see there, 38, yes, 38 cars spilling out of the garages and down the pit lane. That is the Formula Winter Series grid, the return of Formula Winter Series for their second season this year, running in collaboration with the Spanish Formula 4 Championship. And we have a massive grid of cars with some very exciting talents, both established F4 drivers and those making their first steps out of go-karts. And of course we have the standard smorgasbord of GT machinery as well, the GT3 and single make cup cars in the GT Winter Series and the ever competitive GT4 Winter Series also out there. In addition, we have a pre-season event from the TCR Spain series as well. So TCR Spain will be kicking off their 2024 with two events alongside the Gedlich Racing organisation at both Jerez and next weekend's event at Valencia. So we have touring cars, we have GTs, and we have these wonderful single-seater machines, the Tatus T421 chassis, the second generation Tatus Formula 4 car. A car that is pretty much ubiquitous across the major championships. Of course, France and a few other places using different chassis, but the Tatus is a very popular car. We have no less than 38 of them from some of the leading teams in Formula 4 racing, be it Campos, be it Us Racing, MP Motorsport, to name just a few. We have a really spectacular grid. Of course, Rodin Motorsport appearing for the first time under their new alias. Of course, the team formerly and most recently known as Rodin Carlin, now solely known as Rodin Motorsport, as the New Zealand-based firm gets ever more involved and entrenched in the world of single-seater racing. And it's going to be very interesting to see how their two drivers do. It is such a hugely competitive grid. A tenth or two here makes a lot of difference. And the driver that managed to make the best of it was Andres Cardenas, the driver of the number 18 Campos car. He'll be starting on pole position for this one, and it's going to be a spectacular first few corners for certain. Of course, this Circuito de Jerez is very much a motorcycle forward circuit in the eyes of many, and those first couple of corners are very narrow, and of course in contrast to Portimao, where the Winter Series was most recently, the tarmac to gravel ratio is firmly in favour of the gravel when it comes to the runoff area. Therefore, you cannot afford to put many feet wrong around this circuit. You see the cars heading back through the pit lane there. A couple of the teams will have the directive there to go and do 1 or 2 laps to get those tyres bed in, do a systems check the tyre temperatures and tyre pressures, etc, etc. So drivers piling back through the pit lane to exit and do another installation sighter lap. And when the cars do start to arrive on the grid, we will head down to Chris McCarthy for the first time this weekend. But look at the huge line of cars, all trying to get a practice start in before we go racing. This has been the practice start position for everybody all weekend long so far. And just trying to bed in their launch, make sure they've got this all worked out. Of course, so many of these drivers are in our rookie class for drivers competing for the first time within Formula 4 racing. I think it accounts for over half of our grid, the rookie class. So a lot of drivers moving into the world of F4 for the first time, not just from karting, of course, because we are very excited to welcome Leah Block for her first ever race in a single-seater racing car. She's been doing some testing. She's been learning with the GRS team that she's competing with this weekend, but this is her first car race in a single-seater machine, and we're very much looking forward to seeing how Leah progresses. Bianca Bustamante also on the grid in terms of F1 Academy, as is Carrie Schreiner. So then a huge field of drivers, many cars. Let's get ready for the Formula Winter Series.
Huge grid of cars out there. My name's Chris McCarthy. I'm going to be down on the grid throughout the day for you. Alongside me, Managing Director from Gedlich Racing, Robin Selbag. Robin, great to have you with us while we're waiting for the cars to come down. Just tell us how happy you are with this. A huge growth in the Formula Winter Series. 38 cars with us with this weekend. You must be so happy with that.
Yes, of course. I'm very happy and really excited about the races.
It makes it one of the biggest F4 championships in the world, I'd say. Tell us about all the hard work that's gone in from Gedlich Racing to make this happen.
Yeah, we started with the Formula Winter Series last year, and this year we cooperate with the Spanish F4, and over the year we did a lot of work together and created a good championship with a huge grid.
I know it was quite late getting going last year, but with a year's work, we can see what you guys have done. 38 cars out there. It's going to be some fantastic racing on what is, as Adam said, a historic circuit, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And some big names out there as well, some big stars of the future, perhaps none other so like our reigning champion who's now in Formula 3, Kasper Stuka.
Yes, exactly. He won the championship last year.
Shows you can do big things after winning this. We'll let you go and get a good space up there to go and watch, because I'm sure this is going to be a fantastic race. But Robin, congratulations on behalf of everyone watching, and thank you for what you've done, because you've given us some fantastic racing to watch. We'll let you go off, Robin, and go and get a good space, but well done to the Gedlich Racing team. Welcome everyone to the grid. We're waiting for some of our front row to get down, so Johnny, as we always do, let's spin round and give you a look at the famous arch here at the Jerez circuit. Not the longest run down towards turn number 1. You can see has similar bearings, Johnny, if you get down to almost like Red Bull Ring. As you get up to the braking zone, elevation rises fairly dramatically. Then it is a 90 right. So a good getaway is fairly key. Then it's just about placing yourself nicely. And you can see they use that curb, that flatting curb on the exit to open up the corner, but a fairly short run up there, 90 right in, but the gravel trap meets you fairly quickly if you get it wrong. So some drivers may decide to go and make some moves from there. Okay, let's open this up because this has my grid on. Griffin Peebles, Spanish F4 racer, is going to start on pole position, and then the man who finished 8th in the Spanish F4 Championship, who we're linking up with, is going to start alongside him. We're going to have a quick chat with Andres Cardenas, and then we're going to make our way down. Andres, great to have you. I know this is a circuit you really love. You won here last year.
Yeah, I really love this circuit. It's a great circuit for me. I really love like the technicality of it. Yeah, the racing overall is pretty funky. So yeah, looking forward to a good result.
There you go, perfect stuff. A man who's been interviewed before knows what he's doing there. Well, fantastic stuff. We'll let him go down. I think what we're going to do for this one, because we got 38, we're just going to walk and talk. I think that's going to be the plan, Johnny, so try and keep up if you can. Okay, Maciej Gladish, Griffin Peebles, sorry, is next. He's going to be starting here on row number 2. So Andres Cardenas, sorry, is on pole position. He's going to be starting here. Dirty side of the grid, you could argue, but I'm sure has the inside line. Griffin Peebles comes next. He's going to be on row number 2. Griffin, Spanish F4 racer. Andres, as we mentioned, 8th in that championship last year. Then we come to Maciej Gladish, who a very, very talented karting racer. He is next. Let's keep moving up the field, though. We've got Ernesto Rivera, who is due to start there. Not too sure where he is. Mateus Ferreira is going to be starting next in the number 10, an Alpine Junior. Then we have Gianmarco Pradel, who was the rookie champion and vice champion last year, racing for US Racing. Let's keep walking. Dal de Decker here comes next in the number 28, just inside the top 10, raced in British F4 last year. Akshay Bora inside the top 10 as well for GRS. Then we have Thomas Strauven here next along, doing a great job. Just outside for Rodin Motorsport was the Supermaster WSK Supermaster Series. I think we have to get off the grid now, so let's start moving. I think we're going to have to get across the field. We're being directed across, so let's get over to the side and walk down. We're being directed off the circuit now, and we will walk down to the back. So Maxime Rem is next. There we can see Kabir. As we make our way down the field, we can see them moving down, and the cars are going to make their way off the grid. And here they come down. They'll make their way past us. And that will be that. We'll go back to you up in the commentary box.
Are you ready to speed run a 38 car grid? I know I am. We're about to go racing with the Formula Winter Series. You see there are a few cars at pit exit. I think not everyone got their practice starting before the pit lane closed. They didn't get out of pit lane in time. So I think that's why a few cars are stationary there. It's a huge grid of 38 cars then. As we saw, Andres Cardenas is on pole position in the number 18 Campos machine. Then it's Griffin Peebles in the number 3 car. Maciej Gladish is next in 3rd place alongside Ernesto Rivera. Row 3 of the grid, Mateus Ferreira, the first of the US Racing cars alongside James Agozi. Row 4 is Gianmarco Pradel, last year's runner-up in the championship, alongside Pacom Weissenberger. Next up, it is David Decker alongside Akshay Bora rounding out the top 10. Thomas Strauve and Mattia Konalgi in row 6 of the grid. Row 7, Flavio Olivieri and Mikael Pedersen. Row 8, Tim Gerhardt and Emmanuel Olivieri. Lukas Husha is next on row 9 alongside Maxime Riem. Row 10, Kabir Anurag and Edouard Borgner. Row 11, Juan Cota returning to the series alongside Finn Harrison, graduating from the world of Ginetta racing. Peter Buzinalos is next alongside Enya Fry. Row 13, Carrie Schreiner, the first of our female drivers starting from P25 for Campos. 26th place, Jensers Adam Hideg. 27th, Bianca Bustamante alongside Arthur Dorison. Row 15 of the grid, Francisco Macedo and René Lammers, who had issues in qualifying. Lenny Reed and Lorenzo Castillo follow by Bart Harrison and Filippo Fiorentino. 2 more rows, Alexander Savinkov and Leah Block, Victor Dobransky and Nathaniel Berraby. 38 cars just about managed within the course of this formation lap. However, there are a few cars missing from there. I think a few of the Drivex and other cars not quite getting out there in time while they try to do their practice start. Rather misaligned on the grid there as well is the 11 car. I think there may be a little bit of a miscom there for Pacom Wiesenberger. He's well out of place, but the revs are rising. The red lights are on, and we do go racing, and Wiesenberger has a very bad start from further back in the grid, but it's a lightning getaway from the first of our MP cars. That's Griffin Peebles up into an early lead then around the outside of Andres Cardenas, as everybody tries to fight through for space on this first lap. Hopefully everybody there in the pit lane manages to get started, but a few drivers a casualty there, I think, at the pit lane closing while they tried to do practice starts in a second installation lap. Everybody fighting for position further back. A few places made up already by René Lammers in the orange black and white car from MP Motorsport. He's making his racing debut in cars in this race, as so many of our drivers are. Everybody seems to have gotten through the first few corners cleanly then, and it is the number 3 of Griffin Peebles that leads, but around the outside of him now goes Andres Cardenas in the Campos machine. They accelerate out now. Oh, and we've got one car spinning further back. That's the number 19 machine. Oh, goodness me. So we've had a spin already. Just trying to find a gear, hopefully. That was Kabir Anurag having a moment as they go through turns 9 and 10. 5 cars didn't manage to get out onto the grid. The 14, the 22, the 44, the 48 and the 73 machine. So the likes of Technicar's Victor Dobransky not able to take the start in the manner intended. It's still Griffin Peebles there at the front of the order. Top 4 maybe just slightly breaking away as they come across the line at the conclusion of this first lap. It is Griffin Peebles that leads from Andres Cardenas. Then it's Maciej Guadish in 3rd place. Matthias Ferreira up to 4th. Gianmarco Pradel making up a couple of places as well in P5. David Decker in the distinctive GRS car, the bright pink BWT machine, running in 6th place. Just behind him in 7th is Akshay Bora, Mattia Kolnagi, Mikkel Pedersen and Tim Gerhardt rounding out the top 10 in the early stages of this race. And René Lammers has made up some real positions. He's up to 19th already. He started P30, remember. So René Lammers has done a great job. There's the number 50 machine running in 10th place. That is Tim Gerhardt there just ahead of Lucas Fluscher. But up the inside for the lead goes the number 18, Andres Cardenas. This is a circuit where he took his first ever win in car racing in the Spanish F4 Championship last year. He told me on Thursday, yep, this place is my favourite. I might be slightly biased, but this place is my favourite. And he's already up to the lead of the race then in the early going. Through the first lap, he was right there on the back of Griffin Peebles. Didn't quite get the launch off the line that he would have liked, but he's into the lead now. Of course, running the FIA spec version of Circuito de Jerez, therefore we have the chicane down there towards the end of the lap before the curve of Ferrari. Just over 4.4 kilometers, quite a few deep braking zones within the lap here at Circuito de Jerez, so there are some overtaking opportunities at play for those who are feeling brave. Cardenas Just weaving, trying to make sure he stays out the firing line side by side for 6th position as Gedlich is having a fight there with the number 31 of Akshay Bora. We've seen Akshay in Formula 4 Winter Series before, and he's looking to the inside at turn 2. Gets through, up into 6th place, then goes Akshay Bora. Just behind is Mattia Kolnagi and Mikael Pedersen as well. Everybody flowing through the first few corners of this lap. Lap 3 of the race. The race distance is 30 minutes plus a lap. Everybody just, well, I was going to say keeping it relatively on the black stuff there, but someone was really aggressively using that curb, and you can't really get away with that because it's very, very bumpy. You see one of the MP Motorsport cars there, that's Lucas Fluscher at the back of this 4-car train. He's trying to investigate 9th place. Mikael Pedersen, of course, the Danish F4 champion from last year. Mikael Pedersen looking to try and get a top 10 on his first appearance in Formula Wind Series. A very talented youngster, did very, very well indeed in Danish F4 last year, and looking forward to seeing his progression curve across this season. He is not a rookie, of course. The leading of the rookie class runners is Maciej Gedlich. Maciej Gedlich running 3rd place. He is doing very well indeed. Gedlich in the 28 car then has already lost out to Akshay Bora, and the Pink Machine's next potential adversary is Mattia Kolnagi in the 87, the MP Motorsport car, up the inside with the Richard Mille Academy stickers on the car. Goes real defensive into turn 2, and that could cause Gedlich to potentially lose out to Garde Pedersen, who goes the long way round on the gravel, no less. They're still side by side, but then eventually Pedersen loses out, not just to the pink car, but also to the Lucas Fluscher driven MP Motorsport car. Just tried a little bit too hard to hold it around the outside there, did Pedersen. Got onto that gravel, and from there he had no hope of retaining the speed that he needed. Look at the 28 being made as wide as possible here by Gedlich. But around the outside goes the number 21. Lucas Fluscher seemed quite shy about his first attempt in racing cars, but I'm not seeing any of that in the way that he's competing here for position with Gedlich. He has really slotted into the MP Motorsport team nicely and is trying to make his way up the order. That pack of cars behind Gedlich is getting longer and longer and longer still. He has got many a machine in the mirrors at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, pretty much as close as you like as they go through the chicane. A complete lap 4 of the race this time by 33 car going to the inside there. Pedersen once again trying to find a way past if he possibly can. Some others being short-changed in terms of track space as they fight further back. There's the 71 car of Maxim Riem, another of the US Racing drivers, the German youngster, looking to the inside there of Tim Herhardt. That is for 13th position, my apologies, and it is just about going to be Herhardt holding on to it, I think. Yes, the number 50 car just about holds on. That's the first of the Monlau competition cars. Monlau competition, of course, one of many Spanish F4 teams in this race. At the front of the order, it is Andres Cardenas leading by a second exactly. Then it's Maciej Gedlich in 3rd place, Matthias Ferreira in 4th position, and Gianmarco Pradel rounding out the top 5. Fluscher under a lot of pressure from Pedersen once again. Mikael Pedersen wants to stamp his authority on this at the very first opportunity. Getting further up into the top 10 on your first attempt would certainly be a good showing for his new team here at DriveX. I think he came into the fold there with a lot of optimism from his team boss, from his mechanics around him after his exploits in the Danish Championship. Some of the drivers a little further back in the order. René Lammers still working his way up. He's in 17th place. Just ahead of him is Carrie Schreiner, who has had a very good start to the race. She's up in 16th place. Lenny Reed of the, obviously the Proton competition Reed family. He starts from, he currently runs in 20th place. Leah Block is 29th position in her first ever single-seater race. Bianca Bustamante has lost some positions, however. She's running all the way down in 34th at the moment. So Bustamante may have been caught up in some of the spinning and issues further back in the pack early on in the race, perhaps trying to avoid Kabir Anurag, who still sits in 38th place after his spin earlier on in the event. There is, we just saw Carrie Schreiner just ahead of René Lammers, but we go once again to the fishtailing Douwe de Decker. That car looks a little bit unbalanced, certainly in the mid-corner, but he's doing a good job of continuing to make Lucas Fluscher's life hard and Pedersen's life hard, and that was a inside look there, and everyone's come out of it cleanly. I wasn't so sure that was going to work. Fluscher there just showing the nose, trying to find a way to the inside if he possibly could, and he just about managed to come out of that with the car's nose in check. Some fabulous corner names around this circuit. Cito Pons, Lorenzo, Angel Nieto, of course, the 13-time or 12+1 time world champion, as he used to put it, on two wheels. Curva Ferrari, Lorenzo, the Ayrton Senna chicane. A very evocative circuit. Both 2- and 4-wheeled world championship racing has taken place here over the years. And certainly these drivers looking to take steps in the direction their heroes once did. Look at that side-by-side action between the 3-car battle. The number 4 to the outside line there. Juan Cota trying to make up some places. Can't quite find a way around the outside, though, of Thomas Stralven. Goes to the inside instead at turn 2. Surely that position is made. Yes, very nicely done. Very well executed there by Juan Cota, who made his single-seater racing debut in Formula Wind Series last year at Valencia. De Decker still with his elbows out. That BWT car, the widest Tatus ever designed and built, I suggest. He's been defending for his life over the course of the last 12 minutes. Again, dives to the inside as they run down towards the dry sack corner. Oh, goodness me, and that was running out of room there for Lucas Fluscher. De Decker just leaned on him a little bit there. No contact between them, but no space given either. And Fluscher loses out to Pedersen as a result of that then. This is the battle for 7th place in the race, or 8th place in the race, I should say, that has been so compelling so far. Pink BWT machine over the curbs once again. For once, actually has almost 2 car lengths between himself and Mikael Pedersen. Luxuries that he's hitherto not been able to experience so far in this race. Andres Cardenas is still your race leader at the head of the field. Cardenas in the lead by 0.7 of a second, so Griffin Peebles still very close to Andres Cardenas, but not able to follow the young Peruvian racer for the time being. There's the US Racing team. They've all rather colluded together in 4th, 5th and 6th. We just saw them through shot. Matthias Ferreira, Gianmarco Pradel and Akshay Bora. And it looks like Bora may want to try and get around his Australian teammates. Such a friendly team at US Racing. They all get along magnificently, but Akshay Bora has the inside line as they run down into the right-hand hairpin. And on this occasion, I think Pradel has made it a little easy for his teammate there. I think maybe sensing the pace isn't quite with him, maybe wants to duck in to the wheel tracks now of the number 31 and maybe follow him up to the back of Matthias Ferreira, who is the leading US Racing car at the moment, 4th in the race. Andres Cardenas, your leader from the 2 MP Motorsport cars of Peebles, and Guadish, Ferreira, Pradel and Bore, your top 6 at the moment. So 3 US racing cars within the top 6, 2 MPs and a single Campos car. But the Campos team have the position that counts. That is the race lead. 16 minutes of this race left to go. A little bit of tyre squeal there, at least in my ears, which always makes me flinch a little bit, but seems like everybody got through Lorenzo, the final hairpin, A-OK. Still driving through the mirrors is Dawe De Decker for GRS, of course, teammate to Leah Bloch and Bianca Bustamante in this series. Mikael Pedersen up the inside and may have finally got it done. Very nicely done at turn 1. Pedersen goes defensive into the second corner. Now De Decker has to worry about the MP Motorsport car as well. And getting through there also is Lucas Flusha as well. So that is a move for, I believe that was 9th position ultimately for Flusha. De Decker should be down to 10th place with that one. Looking to the outside as well, one of the other DriveX cars. That, of course, is Juan Cota, who's making his way up through the field very nicely indeed. Up into 11th place last time across the line. He's now going to try for P10. De Decker well aware that his defensive driving hasn't concluded for the day. And he's certainly going to be well drilled in defending around the Circuito Angel Nieto by the end of this race. There's the 99 of Thomas Strauven as well. His teammate Finn Harrison back in 32nd place on his first run in racing in a single-seater. Of course, signed up for the GB4 Championship in the summer, but getting his first taste of the second generation Tata's Formula 4 car this weekend at Jerez. Great to see Rodin Motorsport joining us with a 2-car effort. Got some front wing damage there on the number 50 car, I think that was, one of the Monlau cars, potentially with a damage. Yes, that's Tim Herhardt with damage, the young Dutchman, currently being pressured by one of the Cram Motorsport cars, Flavio Olivieri. Here comes Juan Cota. He's now going to the outside at turn 1. We haven't seen that work much, if at all, so far in the race, but he cuts the inside line now, and he may well have him set up for turn 2. Has he got a good enough run? Yes, he does. Very nicely done there by the DriveX entry. And here comes Thomas Strauven around the outside. Oh, that's very, very close for company. I must say, everybody has done a fabulous job here of kind of getting into it without, you know, the unfortunate side of getting into it. It has been quite impressive so far in this race from our Formula Winter Series competitors, side by side with Thomas Strauven on the inside line as they run down towards turn 6. Just about through goes Thomas Strauven. So Dawe De Decker, I think, just struggling for pace in the race here. Did a stunning qualifying lap this morning in what I think may have still been dry-in conditions. We had a lot of rain overnight here around Jerez, both the circuit and the city. And it seems that in the race, he's maybe just struggling an iota more for car balance, for outright pace across the race distance. At the front of the order, Andres Cardenas has really cemented this lead now. Last time I spoke about the race lead, it was rather diminutive, but now it's out to 2.5 seconds. So 2.5 seconds is the lead. I think the times on the graphics are not updating, but Andres Cardenas is your leader by 2.5 seconds. Then it is Maciej Guadish in 3rd place. 4th place is Matheus Ferreira. Rounding out the top 5, Akshay Bora still. Of course, he got past Gianmarco Pradel a couple of laps ago. Of course, these Formula 4 cars can still run pretty competitively with a little bit of damage, as you are seeing here from the number 50. Tim Gerhardt is still doing a very good job in spite of what looks like quite a wounded machine. He's a double BNL karting champion in the Benelux region. Of course, plenty of karting maestros making their step up into the world of car racing here. Was that a move potentially on for Carrie Schreiner? We'll come back to that in a moment, because that is definitely a move from Maxime Riem in the US Racing car. Gets to the inside there of Douwe de Decker, gives him no choice but to part with another position. That is de Decker now down to 12th position. Meanwhile, is that Carrie Schreiner making up places? Yes, it is. The number 8 car has gotten ahead of a few others. I think she might be up into potentially 15th place now. So Carrie Schreiner doing a really good job in the race here. She started 25th position. Carrie, rather uniquely, has raced previously in the GT Winter Series. Of course, the former Premier class at one point, the only championship being run on these weekends. We've now expanded to 4 categories. Used to race a GT3 car along with her partner Peter Terting in the GT Winter Series, but of course she's moving into F1 Academy, and with it has decided to come into Formula Winter Series, and she is doing a very, very good job at the moment. Just being pursued right now by Adam Hideg, Hungarian racer. I know a lot of people are watching Hideg very closely, a lot of support from him, including, of course, from the Yenza team that he is racing for. 4 Yenza cars on the grid, and he is the first of them, actually, at the moment, running there in 17th position. So the Yenza car's not quite there at the sharp end of the order. Carrie Schreiner keeping him at bay for the time being. Next target. Oh, Tim Herards goes off the circuit there. I was just going to say that he had another MP car behind him in the form of Peter Buzinlos, the Aussie driver in the 46 car. And, well, thanks to some off-roading, it was made rather easy, wasn't it? I think René Lammers may have just gotten past... no, that's another of the MP cars, I think. No, René Lammers has gotten past Douwe de Decker, so we did see there that the number 9 car, the MP Motorsport number 9, is up into 13th place ahead of the pink machine of Douwe de Decker. So we have had a move there as well. There you see the cars making their way through the back end of the circuit, turn 9 and 10. The Senna chicane is next. That Monlau competition car. Of course, with that front wing damage, it will be horribly understeery. It's not quite the complete handicap and disaster that you see in, say, Formula 1 or Formula 2 when you've got a loose front wing like that, but it's certainly suboptimal, to put it gently. Of course, Carrie Schreiner has quite the background in Formula 4 racing, actually was part of the first ever season for us racing in ADAC F4 Germany all the way back in 2015. When she was 15 years old, I believe, her first year of eligibility, maybe 16. Of course, some of these drivers have only just turned 15. The likes of Enzo Tarnichikul will be starting later on in the season. They will be joining us from Aragon onwards, I believe. Enzo, the Red Bull Junior, the FIA karting world champion, I believe will take over that number 8 car from Carrie Schreiner just as soon as he turns 15, which is a problem unique to Formula 4 racing, but one that we do see on quite many occasions over the course of the category's history. Drivers just itching and waiting for that chance to go Formula racing at long last. Cardenas may well be on course for a second piece of silverware here at the Circuito de Jerez. As we mentioned earlier on, won his first ever car race here back in the 2023 Spanish F4 season. Currently leads this race by some 3.7 seconds. It's a much less comfortable lead for Griffin Peebles over his MP Motorsport teammate, Maciej Guadish. There's Gianmarco Pradel in what is now 6th position. And Douwe de Decker, he's certainly getting a lot of screen time today, but it's because he's constantly having to fight for every position he gets, and unfortunately he really is struggling. That number 35 gets through. That's Flavio Olivieri up into 14th place then. at the expense of the BWT car. Everybody snaking their way through that first sector. Some updates on some of the cars further back in the pack. I know a lot of you are here to see Leah Block, and she's running in 29th position at the moment, so retaining that 29th place as it's side by side. I think that is the 22 car being put a lap down, though. Yes, it is. That is Nathaniel Beraby being put a lap down there on Carrie Schreiner. So 22 Maffei Racing car struggling a little bit in the free practice sessions so far. Beraby, also a rookie to Formula 4 racing, did some testing last year, but making his racing debut. Has been steadily getting quicker over the course of the weekend, but the amount of dry running that we've had so far has been sorely limited. Big rain on Friday, causing a lot of teams to effectively have to throw away the day and the data over the course of Friday. Campos cars are ahead of and behind the number 24 at the moment, so Adam Hedeg maybe getting a little bit sick of white and black cars at the moment. They're all around him as it stands in this battle. 4th, 16th position. Carrie Schreiner get to the back of De Decker before the end of this one. We look further back into the pack here. Here's the 73 car up the inside of Finn Harrison. So that is the 73 making a move for 23rd place, or sorry, Bart Harrison, that is, my apologies, in the Rodin car. We've got a pair of Harrisons on the grid, much to my confusion. But through there goes Emanuele Olivieri on Bart Harrison. Bart and Finn Harrison, incidentally, not related, so not siblings. Front of the order, though, Andres Cardenas now 4 seconds clear for Campos. Has really been a man on his own island over the course of this race. And, very impressive performance on his first race of 2024. I think a lot of people are keeping an eye on him in regard to the Spanish F4 Championship in the summer, and while it's hard to narrow down a list of favourites, I have to think that the young Peruvian racer is one for the Formula Wind Series as well. Has been really impressive so far this weekend in the free practice sessions. He and Griffin Peebles have always been there at the sharp end. Maciej Guadish has also been there or thereabouts as well. And there you see him just behind, or just ahead, I should say, of Ferreira. There's the number 3 of Peebles, with Gladish just behind him, so this is 2nd and 3rd place. And Ferreira in 4th in the first of the US racing cars, lurking just a few car lengths behind. These two have been about half a second, 3/4 of a second separated for a lot of this race, the battle for 2nd and 3rd place as they approach turn 6. You see there the Orlen backing, the Polish oil firm on Maciej Guadish. That's that organisation, I think, looking for the next Robert Kubica. Perhaps Guadish could be the right horse to back. They do back a lot of horses in the world of junior racing. There is the US Racing cluster, with Mattia Kolnagi of MP Motorsport also in amongst it there. Of course, he, despite being an MP Motorsport driver, isn't running the traditional orange. He's in the Richard Mille Academy livery. Powering out of the final corner with 2 minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock is our race leader Cardenas. Now, can Maciej Guadish maybe have a look to the inside before the end of this race? I'm not sure he's going to get the opportunity required. We've got 1 minute and 50 left to go. Of course, there is +1 lap at the end of this race, per my understanding. So should be, I think, 3 laps just about left to go. clock hit 0, we know that's the penultimate lap of the race. Akshay Bora, after getting past Gianmarco Pradel, I thought that potentially Bora would go hunting for his stablemate at Us Racing, Matthias Ferreira, but he's not really achieved that. In fact, Pradel, I think, a little bit closer than he has been over the last couple of laps, so maybe Gianmarco can have a go. He's very proud of his new helmet, although as red and white as it is, I think some people are now misidentifying him as one of our young Polish talents, but he's certainly very proud of his new lid. A lot of drivers coming with new war paint for the 2024 season. Comparing notes, maybe comparing helmet designers as well as they get ready to go racing this weekend. 3 in the 7, still at very close quarters. 30 seconds of the race left to go, so they will start the penultimate lap this time. Can Maciej Guadysz find a way through? He's leading in the rookie class for Formula 4 debutants. However, class order often doesn't matter to these young drivers. He's seeing second overall just ahead of him. That will be his sole focus. Of course, it's an MP Motorsport internal battle as well. Griffin Peebles with so much F4 experience, courtesy of his extreme 2023 calendar, which took in the Euro F4, the Euro 4 Championship, the British, Spanish and Italian F4 series. I think the Spanish series was his home for a majority of last year. Guadysz, though, a former Polish karting champion, very strong in general within go-kart racing. We've got one car off there at turn 7. That looks to be like one of the Monlau cars, potentially. One of the Technicar machines. Is that Lorenzo Castillo, or is that Victor Dobrzański? I think it might be Victor Dobrzański there, who has come to a halt. That's covered then by local yellows. But shouldn't hinder the race any further than just stopping overtaking at turn 7 for the time being. Cardenas in the Campos machine is your leader. Believe it or not, these two are teammates despite the differing liveries. Griffin Peebles and Maciej Guadysz racing for the Dutch team MP Motorsports, but there's going to be some smiles down there from Adrian Campos Jr. and the rest of the team at Campos Racing. There's a lot of optimism about Andres Cardenas. Great to talk to him earlier in the week. Certainly seemed like a confident young man, very excited to head back to Motorland Aragon as well. That's the circuit where he made his car racing debut in the Spanish Championship in the middle of 2023. Looks like he's on course to get another piece of silverware at the circuit where he got his first ever race victory in cars. Second place still under contest, but I think that Griffin Peebles is doing enough. Cardenas out of turn 6. Managed to take 8th in the standings last year in Spanish F4 despite missing the first round of the season. So considering that handicap and the fact it was his debut year, 8th in the standings, no mean feat at all. And he's going to start his Formula Winter Series campaign for 2024 in the best way possible here. Through the Senna chicane for the final time comes Andres Cardenas. Powers out of the corner. Peebles looks like he's going to do enough for second place here. But all eyes on this man, Andres Cardenas. He comes out of the final turn now, puts the power down. He will see the checkered flag and he will win the first race of the 2024 Formula Winter Series. Griffin Peebles takes second place ahead of Maciej Gedlich. Then it's Matthias Ferreira, Akshay Bora and Gianmarco Pradel round out your top 6 ahead of Mattia Kolnagi. Then it's Mikkel Pedersen, then it's Lucas Flusha. Juan Cota is going to round out the top 10. Impressive from him, given he started quite a way down the order in 21st place. Everyone else getting their way through. Douwe de Decker just about managed to stay ahead of Carrie Schreiner, but she and the rest of that pack were definitely closing in. She's the first of the drivers home, who will of course migrate to F1 Academy in the summer. The all-female series with F4 based cars. We expect Leah Block across the line in a few moments as well on her debut in single-seater racing in the 57. Here she should come now. Yes, just coming out of the final corner now in the green and black car. Leah Block finishing her first race in single-seater competition. She takes 29th place, just behind Edouard Borgna of Jense. But pleased to report that by the standards of F4 racing and to circuit like Jerez, was relatively free of delay, relatively free of safety car related interruption. Our drivers doing a great job here to stay out of trouble, and no one did it better than Andres Cardenas. Bianca Bustamante will come across the line now. There she is in the other green, silver and black GRS car. Of course, she'll be donning the McLaren colours in F1 Academy later in the year. And still McLaren logos visible on the car. She dives into Formula Winter Series for the first time, but coming down towards the podium, there is Andres Cardenas. Andres Cardenas takes the win by 4.6 seconds over Griffin Peebles of MP Motorsports, who led briefly in the early going. Maciej Gedlich is third place, Matthias Ferreira is in fourth place, then it's Akshay Bora and Gianmarco Pradel. In seventh place, Mattia Kolnagi of MP Motorsport. Mikkel Pedersen for DriveX is in 8th place. Lucas Fusha is next in 9th position ahead of Juan Cota from DriveX. Thomas Strauven moves up to P11 in the 99 car. Maxime Reen in 12th place. René Lammers up to P13. Good running from him in his first attempt after starting well down the order. P14 Flavio Olivieri. Then it's James Agozi, Douwe de Decker, Carrie Schreiner, Adam Hideg, Peter Buzinlos and Arthur Dorizon rounding out our top 20. Savinkov, Olivieri, Rivera, Bart Harrison, Lenny Reed, Finn Harrison and Fiorentino down to 27th place. Edouard Borgna in 28th, just ahead of Leah Block. Francisco Macedo in 30th place. Victor Dobzanski in 31st. Tim Gerhardt eventually all the way down in 32nd. Enia Fry, Pacom Wiesenberger, Bianca Bustamante, Nathaniel Beraby and Kabir Anurag rounding out your finishers. Castillo with some late issues towards the end of the race. So drivers already down there underneath the podium, and it's certainly going to be a smiling young man, I think, Andres Cardenas. He's looking fairly composed at the moment, but told me a lot about how much he enjoys Jerez over the course of the last couple of days, because, of course, it's where he got his first win. Chris McCarthy there, I think, just going to go and grab the young Peruvian racer before he heads up to the podium. And there you see the winning Campos machine. That is a car that I think we're going to see on this podium a few more times over the course of the next 6 weeks or so at the remaining 2 races here, as well as Valencia, Aragon and Barcelona. He sets himself up in the best way possible for the FWS Championship campaign. Of course, still 2 more races to come on Sunday here. And Chris McCarthy is ready for the interview. So, Chris, you've got the man himself down there. Let's hear from our race winner, Andres Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, down with our race winner, Cardenas. Well, fantastic drive there. Made it look easy, but I imagine it wasn't out front there. Talk us through the race from your perspective.
Yeah, it was difficult overall. I felt the start could have been a lot better, of course. Wasn't my best start. then overall the race I just managed to tire because I don't know why there wasn't that much grip at all. And yeah, but I'm really happy with obviously the result. I have to thank all my team, all my family that have supported me, and yeah, just that. Thank you.
And a great start to the season as well. 38 drivers out there. Couldn't have started any better. It must feel fantastic.
Yeah, for sure, it feels fantastic, and I'm looking to carry this momentum throughout the year.
And a beautiful circuit to drive, I imagine as well. Tell us how it was out there out front.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, of course, a race is a race. It's always fun. And yeah, to be P1 here, it's an honor. So yeah, I'm really happy about it.
2 more races now to go. We might be expecting some mixed conditions tomorrow, but you feel prepared you can take the same momentum into those?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I feel ready for everything after this win. So yeah, I'm really happy.
I'll let you go and celebrate on the podium. Well done. Congratulations. Ardenes Cardenas, our winner, going up to the podium there. There you can see our top 3 cars all down. Our drivers already heading up to the podium there. A great fight between our 2nd and 3rd place drivers. Our winner there getting ready to go up. I think the rest have already snuck up to the podium, Adam. So I head back up to you in the commentary box.
They see a man with a microphone and suddenly they become faster runners than they are racing drivers. That's the way of the world sometimes. But what a result that was for Andres Cardenas in the Campos number 18. Saw a few drivers struggling over the course of the race distance. Of course, most notably Douwe Dekker in the GRS car, the pink machine. 16th place ultimately for him. And we'll now take a look at the race that was. Let's go to some highlights. It was a very good start indeed at the start of the race from Griffin Peebles. He led in the early stages. However, Andres Cardenas, the pole position sitter, was not going to have it for too long, would soon find his way back into the race lead as everybody else tried to find track space in the first lap. And remarkably, they all actually managed to find the track space they needed. We had one spinner early on in the race. The US Racing number 19 car of Kabir Anurag having some issues. Early, though, in the race, I think lap 2, lap 3, the number 18 car got through into lead, and that was all she wrote. It was something of a pink roadblock at times, the GRS car of Douwe Dekker. Mikael Pedersen seemed to spend much of his race trying to find any which way past the 28 machine. The same applies as well for Lucas Fluscher in the number 21. Both of them eventually did so, and unfortunately Dekker would only drop more places before the end of the race, but still a solid showing. Did a really good job of trying to hold off the places, even if sometimes that meant being very ungenerous with the space. Some US Racing battling in the top 5 as well, as Gianmarco Pradel losing out here to Akshay Bora, but got the feeling that wasn't maybe the most hotly contested battle there. I think Pradel electing to keep his powder dry in the first race of the season. Finally, Pedersen got past, as did Lucas Fluscher. And Douwe Dekker continued to struggle, continued to be fought by DriveX competitors, in particular Juan Cota moving up into the top 10 with a move there. Thomas Strauven also looking for a way through. And unfortunately for Dekker, it was a race of defending more than anything else. The Cram Motorsport car, the number 35 of Flavio Olivieri, gets through there. That's a good position for Cram Motorsport. Olivieri ultimately finishing pretty far up the order. Kari Schreiner having a good race there, just putting a lap there in that shot of on Nathaniel Berraby, but Kari Schreiner nonetheless well up in the top 20 after qualifying 25th, notably qualifying ahead of the soon-to-be F1 Academy rivals, Bianca Bustamante and Leah Block. And I'm sure those three are kind of having their own internal battle with each other among this 38-car grid. But Andres Cardenas was your race winner, and he will be up on the podium now. And for the first time today, we can throw down to Lukas Gajewski on the podium.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller, and welcome in the live stream and down there in the pit lane just as well after the opening round. For the Formula Winter Series 2024, the first race is in the books. Now it's time to start the first podium of the new season and to welcome your first set of winners. So I'm going to clear the stage and call onto the podium the best team of the first race in 2024. Congratulations to Campos. In third place, from MP Motorsports, Maciej Gedlich. In second place, from MP Motorsport just as well, Griffin Peebles. And here is your first winner of the season from Campos, Andrés Cárdenas. Congratulations to all the drivers and of course the winning team Campos just as well. Trophies are being handed out by the Gedlich Racing organization, by tire partner Hankook, supporting the Formula 4 and Formula Winter Series Championship just as well. We see the Spanish F4 organization up here, as Adam Weller pointed out earlier on. They are partners of this championship just as well to deliver this fabulous grid of almost 40 cars on the circuit of Jerez. Pictures are being taken upstairs on the podium. Team Campos, of course, can happily join as well. And then, of course, it's time to listen to the national anthem of Peru for the winning driver. Congratulations and big round of applause once again for Andrés Cárdenas. Stay there, guys. Stay there. We need to speak to each other. You spoke to Chris McCarthy down there in pit lane. However, of course, we need to speak to Griffin, second place. And I mean, there was no chance early on to stay in touch with Andrés, but still such an exciting fight for you down there, wasn't it?
Yeah, we made a really good start. We got Cardenas on the start, and he had new tires, I think, so he had a bit more pace advantage. And he dived on me, and I was trying to keep up with him, but it just lap by lap he got away. I was getting good pressure from my teammate, but I held on to finish P2.
It's always exciting, isn't it, to battle for your teammate for the last two steps on the podium?
Yeah, and just don't take each other out, and I was just trying to keep that same gap. And luckily I had a bit more tires left, so I pushed last 3 laps, and I get a little bit more gap. So P2, I'm happy with that.
Griffin, thank you very much, and all the best, of course, for tomorrow just as well. Maciej there in third place, also racing for the Dutch MP Motorsport team. Very exciting towards the end of the race there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good race. I was trying actually to hold this third position. At one moment, I was actually really close to Griffin, and I think I could have overtaken, but I mean, I didn't risk. So still happy because it's my first race in Formula 4. So massive thanks to MP for a great car and great support.
Well done, and as you said, Maciej, it's your very first race in Formula 4, and we'll come to that in a minute when it's time for the rookie podium. However, first of all, can we please have another big round of applause for the first top 3 finishers of the season, Maciej Gedlich, Griffin Peebles and Andrés Cárdenas. All right, guys, you're free to go. Thank you very much. Except, of course, for Maciej, who's going to be up here on the podium in a couple of moments once again. So, if everything is ready, which I believe it is, we can start with the second set of podiums, and we kick it off with the best female racer in race number 1 for Formula Winter Series. Please welcome onto the podium from Campos, Kerry Schreiner.
Kari Schreiner, best female racer on the grid for today. In third place of the rookie classification for MP Motorsport is Lukas Fluscher. In second place from MP Motorsport just as well, Mattia Kolnagi. And here is your first rookie winner of the season from MP Motorsport, Maciej Gedlich. Welcome to Maciej on the podium once again. And here we have the presentation of the trophies. Robin Silbach, Markus Gedlich, and of course the partners of the championship in charge once again to present the trophy to our winning drivers. And of course, Kari Schreiner as best female racer on the grid alongside Leah Block and Bianca Bustamante, and of course they will meet each other in a couple of weekends once again in the F1 Academy season number 2. Very exciting to have these girls, or at least some of them, on the Formula Winter Series grid just as well. Now I'm quickly going to step into here from Kari first of all, best female racer today, but that's not all, Kari. Such an exciting bunch of cars and drivers out there, isn't it?
Yeah, there are quite a lot of cars out there, but I had a great start and could gain, I think, 8 positions in total. So yeah, it was quite a good race.
And of course, as I mentioned earlier, you're sort of preparing here for a second campaign in F1 Academy later this year.
Exactly. Yeah, normally I'm driving only against women this year, so it's a good training with all the cars.
Well done to you. Thank you very much. And of course, we need to speak to Maciej once again. As you said, Maciej, it's your very, very first race in a Formula 4 car. Third place overall, winner of the rookie class. Couldn't really be better, could it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good day. I'm really happy what we've done with the team. Quali in top 3, starting P2 for race 2 tomorrow. I mean, yeah, first rookie podium and first podium in Formula 4. So really happy and can't thank more to the team.
Plenty of more action coming up for Formula Winter Series later on this weekend. Let's clear the podium for the first time this season. Congratulations once again, Kari Schreiner, Lukas Fluscher, Mattia Kolnagi and Maciej Gedlich. Thank you very much. So this is the first race of the season already done, and the second one coming up in just a couple of minutes. Let's go down to Chris McCarthy on the first grid of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Yes, we're down here on the grid. The crowd's getting a little bit darker, I have to say, but what is brightening up is the grid. You can see the cars making their way down now onto the grid for the first GT4 Winter Series race. While they are, let's go and chat to one of the drivers who isn't competing, but who has been doing very well, and that's Mikey Porter. Isn't going to be in this race, but what a season it's been for you guys so far, and you are going to be on pole position for this one. Your teammate Jamie Day's going to be done a great job out there in qualifying.
Yeah, both done a great job. Yeah, Jamie done amazing in Q1, myself for Q2, and yeah, just pulled up there. Yeah, and then we'll be on pole for race 3 as well. And yeah, just looking to have a really good race, to be honest. And the weather's looking like it could do whatever really, but yeah, hoping it to stay dry.
Well, best of luck for the race. We will have a spin round, have a look, Johnny. You can see Jamie's just pulled up into his position, having a word from race director. So that's going to be our pole sitter. Alongside is going to be Schnitzelbaum Racing, Joel Mesh. So 3 wins for Forsetti Motorsport in Portugal in the first 2 rounds in Portugal. 2 wins for Schnitzelbaum in Portugal. 5 points that leaves between the pairs. So very, very close between these 2 guys. Okay, let's keep walking. Then we come next to the elite motorsport pair. We welcome the number 27, Alex Denning. Great to have these guys with us, the McLaren pair. Let's sneak in and have a quick chat to Alex. Great qualifying for yourself. 3rd on the grid. Confident you can keep a podium, maybe even challenge for a win here?
Yeah, definitely. The goal would be to move forward. It was very close between the 3 of us this morning qualifying, with only 2 tenths separating all 3 of us. but I made a silly mistake on the last corner of my qualifying lap, and we only had one lap in the tyres, so it was all on the table for the first lap, and I suppose a mistake on my half meant that we didn't get pole, but I'll be definitely going for the win today.
Best of luck to the elite team. Of course, over on the other side is Zach Meakin. Tom Leben just stood over to the other side there. Very happy, I'm sure. Of course, watching on, we'll have a look round the car. We can see in the car, it looks like Zach... Oh, my headphone has fallen out, so I'll catch that. But we can see Zach Meakin having a little talking to. How long have we got? 3 minutes. So let's have a little chat to Tom whilst his teammates being spoken to. Happy with this one, second row? Think we can move forward from here?
Yeah, to be honest, he was less than 3 tenths off in quali, which is really good. 1 tenth would have put us on the front row, but that's racing, it's close. Yeah, should be a good result. Our race pace seems pretty good, so yeah.
Always strange, I imagine, isn't it? With these sprint races, watching from the sidelines must be an odd one. When you've got the endurance races later, but I imagine difficult watching from the sidelines.
Yeah, it's a bit weird for me, like sharing a car in general, coming from single seaters, but it's always good to watch and help each other and go from there, yeah.
Good luck. Well, best of luck to Zach, who is in the car. He is having a bit of a chat. Let's keep watching down. 3 minutes, so we're going to have to clear the grid very, very soon. We will keep a close eye on that. Lovely car, BWT Muka Motorsport, big team over in Germany. They race absolutely everywhere, do the Muka Motorsport team. Great to have them with us. The number 85 CV Performance team come next along. They've been running well so far this season. We're going to have to clear very, very shortly, so we won't walk too far down now, Johnny. We will have a little look, though, at NM Racing next. The pair of them, lovely looking cars, aren't they? Our AM leaders come here next. Alberto Di Martin is in the car for this one, and then alongside is the number 10 of Max Huber, who's done well on his appearances so far. We'll keep an eye on the front of the grid, because we're going to have to clear soon, but I'll talk you through the rest. In the number 99 W&S Motorsport, and then the SR Motorsport pair come next. Now these, Johnny, are our CT class drivers. They have stolen the show at times, I have to say. That's our cue to clear, Johnny, but those two at the back, believe me, they always find themselves together, and I tell you what, in the races they will be together as well. But Adam, that's a look down the grid. I think it's time to go up to you in commentary as the engines fire up.
10-4, we're back with the GT4 Winter Series, then often the show-stopping category of the Winter Series package so far, and it's the championship battle that sits there on the front row. Joel Mesh and the Forsetti duo of Jamie Day and Mikey Porter, your championship top two. It is Forsetti Motorsport that lead the championship in the GT4 Winter Series overall at the moment. That is courtesy of 2 victories at Portimao last time out. Jamie Day looking for solo win number 3 of the season. 4 wins in total for Forsetti this year. So then the formation lap begins. Let's run you through the grid. It is Jamie Day starting on pole position in the Forsetti Motorsport Aston Martin. Schnitzelam Racing, Joel Mesh starting from 2nd place. Alongside him, or rather behind him, will be the Elite Motorsports. All 2nd row for Elite Motorsport. McLaren Arturas for Alex Denning and Zach Meakin on row 2 of the grid. It's row 3 for Mattis Pluschgel in his first ever GT4 race, I believe, the Tourenwagen Junior Cup Vice Champion of 2023. Charles Dawson, the first of the Pro-Am cars, starting from 6th place. Then it's the first of the AM starters in P7, Alberto Di Martin, ahead of the other NM Racing car of Max Huber. Those two have fought several times this year. I expect nothing less this weekend either. Florian Bauer also involved in the AM class battle. East Racing Motorsports number 99. Porsche Cayman. Alexander Danza is next in the W&S Motorsport machine. And then, as Chris pointed out, the 2 CT cars, not quite GT4 spec, a little bit tamer. Mikael Sander, though, a very quick driver. Expect him to get in amongst it in the 111 car. Billy Kuna will be looking for a solid result from the back in the 110 SR Motorsport Porsche. So then, just the 12 cars this weekend. We are expecting a little bit of an entry boost once again when we get to Valencia, but it's a solid pro-class entry with the addition of a second elite motorsport McLaren Artura. That will certainly be an intriguing addition. We have Alex Denning, the young Irishman who is so impressive over the course of his last few seasons, the 2022 Motorsport Ireland Young Driver of the Year. Was runner-up in the 2022 Mini Challenge, the UK series that runs alongside the BTCC on the Toka package. He is joined in that car by Tom Empson as well, who is a long-time partner of Elite Motorsport, dating all the way back to 2017 in Junior Motorsport. For Jamie Day, though, of course, he is a part of the brand new Fassetti Motorsport team. Himself and Mikey Porter have taken that car to victory lane on several occasions. In Portugal, we now move into Spain in the GT4 Winter Series, and will it be victory again for Fassetti? Let's find out now. Will it be Joel Mesh, though, with the main, as the main protagonist, the main antagonist to Fassetti Motorsport? Certainly that's been the case so far this year, but those elite McLarens look menacing on road 2. It's anyone's ball game in GT4s as we go racing. Half an hour of racing to come, and it is going to be Jamie Day that leads them into the first corner. Joel Mesh on the curb on the outside as he runs into the first corner. The elite Motorsports McLaren of Alex Denning up the inside, though. He could have the lead. No, he was looking into the inside of Jamie Day for a bit there, but he is up to second place. So Denning moves up the order. Meekin loses a position to Mattis Plushkel. We ride on board with the 27 of Denning, and you can see there the effect of the aero wash. Even though these cars aren't as aero-dependent as the GT3s or the Formula machines, you could see the understeer there visually on Alex Denning as he ran through turn 4, and Charles Dawson there with a big slide coming out of the corner there, just a wheel on the gravel. That's all it takes to unsettle. Mattis Plushkel is on the move in this first lap of the race. He's looking to the inside of the other Mercedes, the Schnitzelbaum car just ahead of the BWT, the familiar Muka Motorsport BWT colours. Plushkel, as I alluded to, Tourenwagen Junior Cup champion, the all Volkswagen Up category in German motorsport. This is a big step up for him into the world of GT racing. He only drove a race car for the very first time in 2021, and oh goodness me, looked like he had a handful and a half there going through towards the turn, or coming out of turn 9 towards the Senna chicane. Through the curve of Ferrari they go for the first time. It's Aston Martin that leads a McLaren, 2 Mercedes behind. Is the 27 car on debut that now leads the chasing pack. The number 27 with Denning at the wheel. Running in second place, Joel Mesh, a confident young man, someone who always states his claim. He, at Portimao, said to me, yeah, I'm going to go for the clean sweep. It didn't quite pay off for him, but he's always very confident, always very quick as well. And he has now got to try and find his way around this pesky McLaren Artura in the hands of Alex Denning, but Denning, very familiar with saloon car racing, won championships in Fiestas over in Ireland. And then, of course, as I alluded to on the formation lap, running in the Mini Challenge and taking quite a few race wins on the way to it as well. A very uncompromising driver, will go for that top step wherever he can. He runs in second place for now, so yes, he'll be looking to defend from Joel Mesh, but Denning is not just going to let Jamie Day drive off into the distance over the course of this half hour if he can possibly avoid it. He ran last year in the GT4 European Series Silver Cup with Elite, scored 2 podiums within Silver Cup, so he's already got some experience of GT4s under his belt. As of course does Joel Mesh, who's already won championships in Germany within GT4. Raced here in GT Winter Series last year with Schnitzellaum, while the GT4 cars were still a part of GT Winter Series. Unfortunately had a bit of a crash coming out of turn 6 on that day. Looking for better things this time. Zach Meekin won't be best pleased to have lost out to Mattis Pushkel on the first lap of the race, and is now looking for his way through. It's McLaren versus Mercedes in 2nd and 3rd, and then Mercedes versus McLaren in 4th and 5th place. Looked like a good battle going on for P6 as well between Charles Dawson and Max Huber. That's the Pro-Am leader and the Am leader getting into it for 6th place. Charles Dawson just ahead of Max Huber. There they are on circuit together. 2 Mercedes going through. Alberto Di Martini has lost a few places. The Am pole sitter has fallen out of the overall top 10 by the looks of it. But Huber, who has been very, very impressive, he's a solo driver in that number 10 car, while Alberto Di Martini, his NM Racing teammate, has Neil Montserrat, the team boss, sharing with him in the endurance race that will come on Sunday afternoon. Day, Denning, Mesh and Pushkel then your top 4. And there's Zach Meekin certainly showing his cards here. That was a look to the inside at turn 8. And I think time is of the essence before Meekin has a little lunge to the inside line. 24 minutes and 50 seconds to go. There's still time for him to go podium hunting. Through the centre chicane they go. A bit of sliding there. Yellow flags are out at turn 7. That's the corner after the hairpin, and it's for Max Huber. Max Huber has had an off. The Am class leader is in the gravel trap, and the safety car has headed out onto the circuit. So first safety car of the day is rather going to hinder Jamie Day, who was already about a second away at the front of the pack. He's starting to build a lead over Alex Denning at the point of the safety car being deployed, but Max Huber beached in the gravel there between T7 and T8. There wasn't terribly much that could be done other than a safety car. That can't be done over a local yellow. So the race will be neutralised and the field will close together once more. I'd love to know what that little motto is on the dashboard of the 99 car. That's Florian Bauer, who we ride on board with at the moment. Answers on a postcard, German speakers. I can't read that, I'm afraid. I know the word coach and Uber, but that's about it. But he's putting some heat through the tyres. He leads in the Am class, and we'll be looking to maybe try and get a few more overall positions when we go back to green. Florian Bauer has only been racing for a matter of months. He's not been doing this for long. And if I remember rightly, he told me that he made his race debut at the Nordschleife, which of all the places to go racing, certainly seems like a very bold choice, but he did very well by all accounts. He's being driver coached by Manuel Lauk, as we see there, the stranded Max Huber there in the gravel. Certainly very close to the track, so you can understand why the race has been neutralised. But Manuel Lauk, who we saw in GT Winter Series last year, and we will see again in GT Winter Series, I am informed, before the end of the year. He's driver coaching Bauer, who is a relative novice and seems to be doing a very, very good job at the wheel of this East Racing Motorsport entry. 7th overall at the moment, our AM class leader. In fact, I will correct myself because I think Alberto Di Martin is ahead of him. Yes, he is. Was. That's now been, I think Di Martin may have just let him back through, actually. But Fassetti Motorsports' Jamie Day is your race leader. Jamie Day, in the interval between the 2 Portuguese events and returning to our paddock here in Jerez, he raced at the Dubai 24-hour. A few drivers from our paddock took to the Dubai Autodrome for the 24-hour race. Jamie did a wonderful job there in the 992 class, and certainly these 30-minute races, something of a different ball game from the 24-hour. He was doing 2-hour stints in the Porsche 992 Cup car, but he did say, you know, you learn something every time you're on a track. And he has taken a few lessons from that weekend in Dubai and brought them into this weekend here at Jerez. I have been given an update on the East Racing Motorsport slogan on the dashboard of Florian Bauer's 99 car as we ride on board with Matis Plushkel. Lukas Gajewski says, if we're too slow, the coach had too much to eat over Christmas. That is what the slogan on the 99 car's dashboard says. So obviously the East Racing Motorsport guys with a sense of humour there. If we're too slow, the coach had too much to eat over Christmas. I'm not sure that's how that works strictly. But 19 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. We'll see this time quite what the progress is with the recovery of Max Huber's car. Just around the corner, and there is the car back on the tarmac, so I suspect it will burst back into life once the safety car queue has gotten past, and it might need one more lap under safety car while the tractor is returned to its rightful place. But we will be back to racing soon. You see the black tyre marks there on the inside of turn 7. I think that may indicate a little bit what happened with Huber, potentially taking too much curb and firing off the circuit as a result. It certainly looked like something that must have happened early in the corner, because he was pretty shallow in the gravel there. Safety car is in this lap, says the timing screen, so the tractor is through the gravel in record time. It's back in a safe place, and we can once again go racing. Jamie Day then will lead the field away for Fassetti. Denning, Mesh, Plushkel and Meakin, your top 5. They'll be looking to all vie for that overall podium. Charles Dawson running in Pro-Am. He might try and pick off a few places as well. Jamie Day backs off, pulls the pin. Yes, he does, pulls the pin quite early, actually. I was expecting him to maybe wait until he was on the main straight, but no. Time is of the essence. Let's go back to racing. Jamie Day leads them under the unidentified finish line object here on the main straight at the Circuito de Jerez. He leads the way. Joel Mesh wants to go at second place. Around the outside he goes, and a bit of a lock-up there, I think, potentially from this car. Plushkel in 4th position. But that shouldn't have caused him too much of an issue. Zach Meakin under more pressure from Charles Dawson, actually. So I think Meakin maybe lost out a little bit on the restart there. Joel Mesh will be wary of Matis Plushkel behind. He knows as well as anybody that a youngster who's determined to do well in his first GT4 races is someone that isn't going to be shy about making a move. So Joel Mesh will be looking to try and stay ahead of that fellow Mercedes, and moreover, he wants to get past this McLaren and try and go Fassetti hunting. But that's a lot easier said than done with someone like Alex Denning at the car. McLaren Artura GT4 from Elite Motorsport. Of course, Elite, a team with so much experience across GTs, tin top, single-seaters, you name it, they're doing it in some capacity. So these McLaren Arturas, not only do they look spectacular, obviously the mid-engine supercar silhouette and that yellow livery, it certainly turns a lot of eyes and heads in the paddock. But the car is immaculately prepared as well in terms of setup and the overall organisation. Great to have a second Elite Motorsport car for the first time this season. And certainly Alex Denning is showing the potential of the 27 car very early doors. But Jamie Day executes his first flying lap to perfection post safety car. Has already re-established his lead from previous, just under a second. And that's because Denning is having to watch Joel Mesh in the mirrors somewhat. A very jolly young man is Joel Mesh. Tall as well. I think he must be somewhere in the 6'4" region. Very tall racing driver. Not quite on Matt Neal's level, for example, but somewhere thereabouts. Very, very long legs on the boy, but uses those legs to plant the throttle wherever possible. Into the pits has come Max Huber after his trip to the gravel. Just a precautionary measure, I imagine, but the car is back out there on the circuit. Huber, however, 3 laps down, is unlikely to be anywhere other than last by the end of this race. Top 3 breaking away a bit from Plushkel, who is now falling back into the clutches of Zach Meakin. Meakin has, as anticipated, put some distance between himself and Charles Dawson. Dawson is the AM element of the Pro-Am entry, the number 85 Mercedes from CV Performance Group, so understandable that he might not be quite up to the same speed as these first 5 drivers, all of whom are young, talented silvers. But into the pits comes Alex Denning. Alex Denning is coming into the pit lane. It's a drive-through penalty for starting in the wrong position, wrong starting position, says the timing screen. The number 27 of Alex Denning, who was running so well, is now very frustrated watching that speedometer show less than 60 kilometers an hour as he passes through the Jerez pit lane for an unscheduled visit. That hands a podium position then to Mattis Plushkel. And Zach Meakin now has the opportunity to defend the valour of Elite Motorsport and get them back on the podium. His teammate Denning has had to go through the pits. Ergo, Zach Meakin is now their sole hope for a podium by the looks of it. Plushkel will be aware that Meakin has been closing in on him, will be aware that maybe there's a slight pace deficit in favour of Meakin, but he's come through junior tin tops as Plushkel. So let's see if he can use some of those learnings to defend from Zach Meakin. Meakin, of course, also with junior motorsport experience in the Ginetta Junior Championship, moved into GT4s last year after a spell in the UK-based junior series run by Ginetta. 2 very promising young talents in this fight for 3rd place. 2 further promising young talents in the top 2 as well. It's a bit of a spoil of riches for young, promising silver drivers in the GT4 Winter Series. Bit of a sideways moment there coming out of the final turn from Mattis Plushkel. He can't afford to scrub too much speed on the apex of corners, because that's the kind of thing that will allow Zach Meakin an opportunity to lunge up the inside. See Joel Mesh there being a little bit liberal with the inside curb there at turn 3. general, drivers taking those curves as much as humanly possible. If they are judged to push their luck too far, they could receive warnings and penalties. There is the recovering Alex Denning then. We just got to look at him. He's on the back of Danza in the 31 WNS Motorsport Porsche Cayman. Great to welcome them into the championship, but Denning was always going to get past him. Danza far less experienced, I think, than the McLaren Artura driver, who is now up into, I believe that would be 8th place for Alex Denning. But great to welcome WNS Motorsport into the fold for the first time. It'll be Josef Knopp sharing that car with Alexander Danza, who is making his debut in GT4 racing. So I'm sure we're going to see Danza improve over the next few weekends here in the GT4 Winter Series. And in the form of young Josef Knopp, who's just 19 years of age, he's got quite the youngster to try and pick up some notes from. Here's the AM class lead battle then, with a recovering Pro car right behind them. This could get a little bit complicated, because certainly Florian Bauer is going to be more concerned with what's going on in his race than what's going on in Alex Denning's race. That said, I know that Uwe Lauk probably tries to instill some discretion into his drivers as well as outright speed. So we'll see what Florian Bauer does here. Of course, you always maybe got half a mind to think that that Alberto Di Martini might lose out to both of them if the McLaren goes through. You can see a little bit of what looks like body trim, or maybe something from the exhaust on the Alberto Di Martini car loose as well. As Florian Bauer takes the wide line there, he does make it very easy indeed for Alex Denning there. Interestingly, Alex Denning has stopped being scored by timing and scoring. He's listed as 11th place, but slowing is Joel Mesh. Joel Mesh is slowing, and he's got a very low rear right, so some damage to that car as Denning dives up the inside of Alberto Di Martini. So that's a move for 5th overall as it now is, and it's a move for 5th overall because Joel Mesh is falling through the order. Now, is that just a failure, a mechanical failure, or is that the sign of maybe an incident? Well, certainly there's a puncture on that number 11 car. The right rear is down on Joel Mesh. That is an unfortunate end to his race. I think whether it was a failure or whether it was a result of contact, I'm not sure, but nonetheless Joel Mesh looks like he's going no further in this one. There is Alberto Di Martini still just ahead of Florian Bauer. Again, the Elite Motorsport McLaren, as I understand it, should be ahead of these two, but on timing and scoring, he's now a lap down. I think timing and scoring may correct that, because he definitely didn't go a lap down with the drive-through penalty. I make him 5th overall, which means this AM class lead battle between the yellow Cayman and Alberto Di Martini is for 6th place overall, and sure enough, Denning is now being bumped back up the pack, so that is correct. So the AM class lead also for 5th overall. There is the recovering McLaren Artura. There's the 6th and 7th place battle. Can Florian Bauer find a way past Alberto Di Martini? Di Martini, it must be said, the significantly more experienced of the two in this battle, raced Ginettas, then Mosler's in Spanish GT racing throughout the 2010s, and has raced with the NM team, Neil Montserrat's outfit, since 2021 in the Iberian Supercars Endurance Series, as well as French GT here and there. And he is Certainly a gentleman driver, but one with plenty of experience. Looks like it's part of the diffuser that's damaged on the number 15 car, so maybe a little bit of a rear aero deficit on that machine, but otherwise still looks to be going fairly well. It's not a cosmetic part, but it's also not a part that will cost him more than a few tenths a lap. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for the number 11 car's tyre. I assume they've already put a new tyre on that car, because it was definitely down while he was hobbling around the circuit, Joel Mesh. It might send him back out there to try and score some points, but an unfortunate end to Mesh's first race of the weekend. Of course, in the overall championship, that's going to swing things firmly in favour of Jamie Day and Mikey Porter. Continue to watch this AM class battle then. Bauer absolutely loved to be on the top step of the podium, I'm sure. Of course, he wasn't with us in Portimao, but was there for the season opener and goes to the inside at turn 6. Oh, contact between the two of them. I thought he was a bit far back, and maybe he was. Looks like there's damage to the front of the Cayman. There's also damage to the front of the Mercedes. Are both cars still fighting fit? It looked like there may have been a little bit of fluid coming out of the left of that Porsche. And the number 31, Alexander Danza. Rhythm is a dancer. Brilliant sideways action from the GT4 Racing debutant. And there is an issue for the 99 by the looks of it. Florian Bauer going very wide there. And I just wonder if I did indeed see fluid leaking, and that might be maybe on the rear tyres or something like that. So up into 6th overall has gone Alexander Danza. He's in the Pro-Am class, so he's not in the Am class battle. Meanwhile, Zach Meakin, now on the overall podium, courtesy of Joel Mesh's issues, is now behind the BWT Muka Motorsport Mercedes of Matis Pluschkel. Pluschkel, who I understand is going GT4 Germany racing over the summer, moving headlong into his first year of GT4 competition here in the GT4 Winter Series, and how he'd love to be on the overall podium. But I think that second step is going to be one that he's going to want to contest for. Zach Meakin is not going to have it easy at all. We've got 4 minutes of racing left to go. Jamie Day has disappeared up the road over the course of the 15 minutes since the safety car came in. He's built a 14-second advantage. Jamie Day is doing some incredible work at the wheel of the Fassetti Motorsport Aston Martin. It's 3 manufacturers in the top 3 right now, with the Muka Motorsport Mercedes and the Elite McLaren in 2nd and 3rd place. But I think the big question now is whether it's going to be the McLaren or the Mercedes that comes across the line in P2 once all is said and done. 3 minutes and 25 to go. And Zach Meakin is making his intentions very clear indeed, and he will have been scouting where that Mercedes is slower, where he's got the pace advantage. I think that McLaren's certainly quicker in the corners. The Mercedes usually has a bit of a straight line edge, just a couple of kilometers an hour, but it's enough to make a difference. And certainly the Elite McLaren looks more poised through the Senna chicane and a couple of the other technical sections of the circuit. Of course, the SRO BOP in this SRO Improved Series is exactly the same as they'll be using in GT4 European later in the year, so a very true representation of what these cars' performance windows will be throughout the year in SRO competition. SRO always nail their BOP. It's down to the drivers, and while Meakin looks like the quicker of the two, Pluschkel has the high ground, and that's proving to be enough right now. They head down to turn 6. Meekin just waiting for that opportunity, waiting for the door to swing open. It's the penultimate lap of the race, so the opportunities are decreasing lap on lap on lap. Jamie Day will cross the line this time to begin the final lap, well clear of his competition. We saw Florian Bauer looking slow, and unfortunately he is in the pit lane. My thanks to Lucas Gajewski for letting us know. Here comes Zach Meekin. He's up the inside for second place. Meekin through into P2. Very nicely done. Got a great run there out of turn 9. And at the centre chicane, he makes up a position for Elite Motorsport up to P2. Plushkel, I don't think, is going to have any answer to the McLaren driver as they head down the main straight for what will be now the beginning of the final lap. Meekin should now have the pace to stay ahead of Plushkel, who may try and find a way through, but it looked to me as though Meekin was the quicker of the two, so he should be able to hold it off now. However, Plushkel not let second place go easy. An overall podium on his first GT4 race would be a great achievement, however, so zero reason to feel hard done by when the checkered flag flies. A couple of car lengths now for Meekin. I think he has done enough. Florian Bauer, as we alluded to, in the pit lane, as the number 8 car goes a bit wide there, out of 5. Breaking into 6. There's a body of water just over the blue and white inside tyre walls there, which translates in English to Cat Creek. There are a lot of felines in the paddock here at the Circuito de Jerez, so that is a name that makes all the sense in the world. Well, Jamie Day has had an absolutely fabulous race at the front of the order. He is on the final lap here. He's just a couple of corners from the checkered flag now. And sure enough, out of the final hairpin, right on cue, flashing the headlights. And Forsetti Motorsport do it again. Race victory for them and Jamie Day once again. Jamie Day wins for Forsetti Motorsports. Mikey Porter, no pressure. It's your turn next on Sunday morning. Let's see what Mikey can do. Zach Meekin takes second place. Matis Plushkel will be delighted with third, I'm sure, even if second fell from his grasp towards the end. A brilliant fourth overall for Charles Dawson and CV Performance Group. I'm sure Seb Morris will be applauding his student, driver coach Seb Morris. Alex Denning taking 5th place overall. What could have been if it weren't for that drive-through penalty? Alexander Danza in his first GT4 race crosses the line 6th overall, and despite a slightly wounded Mercedes, Alberto Di Martin takes the AM win and 7th place. Mikael Sander will be across the line ultimately to win in Cayman Trophy, but for Jamie Day, it is once again celebration. He has won solo on 3 occasions now in the GT4 Winter Series. The first race at Estoril, the second race at Portimao. He's done it again at Jerez. He was talking to me in the paddock yesterday. Very impressed with Mikey Porter's rate of progression. A very solid outfit, and I'm not sure if they'll be sharing a car anywhere in the summertime, but I believe both of them have plans going forward with the Forsetti team, who, lest we forget, only had their first race with us at Estoril. Jamie Day 17.3 seconds clear of the Elite Motorsport car. Zach Meekin taking second place. Matis Plushkel in P3. Charles Dawson in 4th place. Alex Denning 5th overall and 4th among the Pro Class cars. Alexander Danza 2nd in Pro-Am behind Charles Dawson on his first ever GT4 appearance. Alberto Di Martin, the AM winner in 7th overall after contact with he and Florian Bauer. Mikael Sander taking the Cayman order in 8th place. Willi Kuna in P9. Florian Bauer did cross the line in 10th place. In fact, no, he didn't cross the line, my apologies. He was in the garage by the end of the race, but he will be classified 10th ahead of Max Huber. Joel Mesh, unfortunately, in the pits at the end of that race after a puncture. Did he fall or was he pushed into that puncture? We don't know what was the cause of the puncture, but we do know that the driver that was close to the Fassetti Motorsport duo of Day and Porter in the championship coming into this weekend is now rather further away. The pendulum of fortune has swung in favour of Fassetti, unfortunately against Joel Mesh. Marcel Marcevic will be in the car for the second race, so we'll see how he performs later on in the weekend. On Sunday morning, one race apiece for all of our categories on this Saturday. Still got TCR and GT action to come. Zach Meekin looking around the car there. Hopefully he doesn't have reason to believe it's any form of damage after that race. Matt George there talking to Jamie Day, the Fassetti crew. See Mikey Porter's father down there as well. The Fassetti team, a close-knit little group of competitors, and they've been very, very buoyant, I would say, over the last few weeks after the successes that came in Portugal. And that luck has carried on over the border across from them, or across with them, into Spain. Jamie Day once again taking the win. Jamie there debriefing with Joe Holloway, who gives him a good shake of the hand. And hydration certainly important after a stint at the wheel of a GT car. I think we're somewhere in the high teens in terms of degrees Celsius. So certainly some temperature to contend with there. Chris is down there though. Chris, you've got Jamie. Let's chat to him.
Thanks very much, Adam. Yes, down here with winner Jamie Day. I mean, Jamie, despite the safety car down the road in that one, you must be over the moon with that. Another win in the bag.
Yeah, it was a good start to the weekend. Obviously, both pole for me and Mikey, and then a race win this morning. So, yeah, I think for the rest of the weekend, we're looking in a good position.
And talk us through the safety car. Obviously, you did have that challenge, but perfect restart, and then able to establish a gap after that.
Yeah, I think the main thing I was thinking was just to get a gap straight away, so just back them up and get a nice release. And once them two fight, I can just get an even bigger gap.
And great conditions today. It's not what we've had all weekend as well. So tell us how it's been getting out today in these conditions and adapting to it.
Yeah, it's been a bit better than yesterday with the torrential rain where we didn't even really go on track at all. So yeah, it's been a bit different today. So we've just had to adapt, and I think we've come out quite well with it.
You guys have clearly adapted very well. 3 different manufacturers on the podium as well, and you guys are doing a great job for the Aston Martin manufacturer.
Yeah, it's been good. Obviously, now we've had 3 sprint wins and a few endurance wins. I think we're just going from strength to strength each weekend and just establishing ourselves in GT at the moment.
And slowly taking control of the championship as you did in that race as well. I guess the plan now, more race wins in the bag here and keep taking control of it.
Exactly that. I think we're just going to keep going race by race and then see where we end up at the end of the championship.
Good stuff. Congratulations and all the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Jamie Day there. So we'll see if we can grab any more drivers for interviews. But for now, Adam, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. A great performance once again from Jamie Day, and great to hear from him. I will just quickly say thank you to the German publication GT Place, who have informed me that Mathis Pluschkel did some GT4 races at Ottersleben in an Audi last year, but the online trail on that is certainly very limited. I didn't spot any references to that anywhere, but thank you to GT Place for that insight. Mathis Pluschkel, nonetheless, very early in his GT4 racing career, his first full season in a GT4, beginning here in the GT4 Winter Series. And a podium for his efforts is certainly a very good reward. Jamie Day and Fassetti Motorsport, though, will have the biggest trophy of all when Lukas Gajewski receives them up on the podium. We'll see that podium ceremony in just a few minutes, and Zach Meakin, I think, will be happy with his efforts as well, because he did everything he needed to do there in that one. He took a little while to get past Mattis, but he made it stick once he made the move. Let's go to replays of that race. So there is the reason, I think, why we had the drive-through penalty. Incorrect starting position was the call for the Elite Motorsport car on row 2 of Alex Denning. He was trying to muscle his way around the Fassetti car at the start. We had a safety car in the first few minutes of the race. That was because of Max Huber, who was embedded in the gravel trap. We had some good scrapping between the McLarens and the Mercedes in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. However, a drive-through penalty for that number 27 car, Alex Denning, passed by Alexander Danza, and Danza had no response for the 27 that was carving its way through the order. Alberto Di Martin, the Ventral Am class winner, was in a brilliant fight with Florian Bauer. Bauer thought, yes, I want that inside line, dove to the inside. Maybe a little bit of Villeneuve Schumacher 97 there as they collided at turn 6. Unfortunately, Bauer would have damage. Meanwhile, Zach Meakin made a brilliant move into the centre chicane, set that up very nicely in the previous couple of corners. And Prushkel, I think, a little bit wide out of turn 9 as well. There was very little that the youngster could do once Meakin was up his inside. Jamie Day, though, securing the victory once again in the GT4 Winter Series. We're getting more and more familiar with the sight of that young man on the podium. Mikey Porter, of course, as well, has joined him on the podium a couple of times in the endurance races. A very, very solid duo. They are our championship leaders. That lead will, of course, have extended because Joel Mesh ending that race in the pit lane after the puncture. Big shame for Schnitzelhelm Racing. Long-time supporters and competitors here in the GT4 and GT Winter Series, and we hope to see them get a little bit of a better rub of fortune in the 2 remaining races of the weekend. They will have a 30-minute sprint and a 60-minute endurance race on Sunday in the GT4 Winter Series, the sprint on Sunday morning and then the Enduro on Sunday afternoon. Of course, the likes of Tom Leben will be at the wheel of the Elite Motorsport 78 car in that race. Emil Gjerdrum will be one to watch as well for CV Performance, the young silver-rated driver in the Pro-Am class. He will be looking to get in amongst it with some of the Pro-Class cars, I'm sure, starting in that second sprint race. He'll be looking to try and make up a few places and maybe challenge for some overall podium honours if he possibly can. I'm very impressed as well with Alexander Danza.
Come on then, Barney. So how was your race? Oh, okay. Was that good? Wow. And where did Daddy come? P4 overall, P1 class. There you go. Say hello. Oh dear. I don't know how to interview myself, to be honest with you. So thank you. Right.
I think that was Alexander Danza, if I'm not mistaken. That was Alexander Danza, who is straight back on daddy duty after the race. That was very cute, that was. Alexander Danza should be very impressed with his efforts after that race. He and Josef Knopp, I think, are going to make a formidable duo this weekend. Looking forward to seeing how they fare in the Sunday races, but Alexander Danza, and I assume his daughter, or other WNS Motorsport related baby, certainly enjoying the sunshine here at Jerez, as the fans are doing as well. Fans, we can see you in the grandstand overlooking the chicane, so give a wave if you're in the grandstand right now, guys. Give us a wave because you're on TV. Thank you so much for coming along. There you go, a couple of people are listening. Thank you very much. Great to see you all enjoying the racing. If you're watching from home and you're somewhere within driving distance of Jerez, do bear in mind that this is free access. So Winter Series Sunday, always full of racing action and you can come along and watch for free if you're liking what you're seeing. That is the case for all of the events as well, so Valencia, Aragon and Barcelona will also be free access for our fans here in the Winter Series. TCR cars already heading out onto the grid, so we're not going to have too long to wait until our racing action. The GT4 podiums will be coming up momentarily. A few drivers I think might even have to be salvaged from the garages, unfortunately, because of a couple of misfortunes in that race, but we will head down there shortly with Lukas Gajewski, and he will be talking us through the ceremonies once again. The TCR's running something of a pre-season championship at both this circuit and Valencia next weekend, and they will be scoring points across the two pre-season events as a bit of a prelude to the 2024 TCR Spain season, and we look forward to seeing how they fare in the next few moments. A couple of interesting names certainly to talk about on that entry list, and we'll get a couple more insights, I'm sure, from the GT4s as well up on the podium once they are ready to go. But you know, the racing driver to sheep comparison is one that I've made a few times this year, and I make it with good reason. They are very difficult to get into place sometimes. Great to see the spectator banks, grandstands with spectators present. Certainly efforts have been made to shout out the fact that we are more than open to public here in the Winter Series. A great chance to come and watch some racing when normally things would be a lot quieter around these parts. Lucas is ready, so let's go down to the podium now.
Oh yes, absolutely. Here we are then for the first podium of the weekend in GT4 Winter Series. Let's bring your top three drivers onto the stage. And in third place in one of the first GT4 competitions for him for BWT Mücke Motorsport is Mathis Pluschke. In second place for Elite Motorsport, Zach Meekin. And your winner, once again, for Forseti Motorsport, Jamie Day. Congratulations to our top three finishers, as we have the Gedlich Racing organization presenting the trophies to our top three drivers. Jamie in first, Zach in second, and Mathis Pluschke in third on the podium with his first GT4 result, at least as far as the Gedlich Racing campaign and the GT4 Winter Series are concerned. Pictures being taken, and although we are short on time, let me quickly grab a word there with Mathis, one of the first GT4 competitions for you, Mathis. What a great experience out there.
Yeah, it was. So my race was quite exciting, but when I reached the middle of the race, my tires were pretty fucked, and then I couldn't hold him off, and then it's P3.
Mathis, thank you very much, and we'll speak to you guys later on. We are very, very tight in terms of our schedule, so please, can we have another massive round of applause? Your top three finishers, Mathis Pluschke, Zach Meekin, and your winner, Jamie Day. Thank you very much. And so here's our next podium in Pro-Am. That's our next class. And please welcome in second place on the podium for WNS Motorsport, Alexander Danzer. And here's your winner with a bit of company there on the podium, CV Performance and Charles Dawson. Podiums and trophies being presented by Jan-Jürge and Markus Gedlich himself to our top two finishers in Pro-Am as the trophies are being presented. What a nice picture there on the podium with Charles bringing potentially the next generation of racing driver with him onto the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for Alexander Danzer and Charles Dawson? Coming up next is the class podium. So let's see who we can welcome onto the second step of the podium, I believe. Congratulations to East Racing Motorsport is Florian Bauer. Florian, please make your way to the podium. There he is, Florian Bauer in second place. And here is your class winner in race number 1. Congratulations, Alberto De Martin. And I see our third place driver is here as well. So congratulations to Max Huber just as well. Thank you very much. That's nice to see, to have our podium complete. So here we have the presentation of the trophies from the Gedlich Racing organization. In third place is Max Huber. In second place it's Florian Bauer. And then your winner in the class for NM Racing is Alberto De Martin, after this very, very tough competition on the circuit. Thank you very much. And big round of applause once again for the top 3 in the class. And last but not least is our Cayman Trophy podium. And in second place, please welcome with a big round of applause for SR Motorsport, Willi Kühne. And your Cayman Trophy winner for SR Motorsport just as well is Michael Sander. Thank you. Once again, Jan-Jürge and Markus Gedlich with the presentation of the trophies to our top 2 finishers in Cayman Trophy class. SR Motorsport locking out the top 2 positions. Pictures being taken, and to round it off, one final big round of applause. The top 2 finishers in Cayman Trophy, Willi Kühne and Michael Sander.
Thank you so much.
So that's our second podium of the day done. Let's quickly head down to the grid. For the first time ever, we welcome a non-Gedlich Racing Championship on the support bill. It's time for the first race of the weekend in TCR Spain.
Welcome everyone down to the grid. We're getting ready to go for TCR Spain. Guest championship for us this time. Great to have them with us. TCR, a renowned championship around the world. This, the Spanish version for that, as they get ready to go racing for their season. Spin round, Johnny. There you can see the view they're going to have as they roll up to race 1. And I tell you that TCR is a championship where, as Adam will tell you, they do not mind getting their elbows out. It's a fantastic championship, lots of close racing in it, and as they charge up towards that first corner, I tell you what, if someone gets a good run off the line, they will not be afraid to go down the inside or around the outside either. Okay, let's have a walk down the grid. We can see the number 23 is going to be on the outside of the front row. And the drivers have decided to start, well, the organisers have decided to put the cars on the inside of the front row, just due to the fact that it is a short run up towards that first corner. So Ignacio Montenegro is on the outside of the front row. And then we have Eric Genet Casanovas on the pole position. Okay, I'm catching my breath back, as will be Adam Weller by the time he is done with this first race. I can tell you that. Here we can see next along the second row, Mark Aguelo Lopez Jr. And then we have Gonzalez next along on the fourth row. Mark Aguelo Lopez on row 4. And then we have Mark Romeo Gonzalez next in the 63. Let's keep rolling. I want to get down to Ana Carrasco, who races here when we have over 100,000 fans packed into these grandstands here for the MotoGP. She is due to be racing in the number 22. Here she is, Moto3 racer Ana Carrasco. Feel free to have a spin round the car, Johnny, and have a good look at that one. Really great to have Ana Carrasco racing with us. I don't know how long we have left, or if she would be comfortable having a chat to us. But Anna Carrasco due to start. I know she's being talked to by her engineer at the moment. There we can see she is due to start in the number 22. Really great to have her with us. I mean, jumping from 2 wheels to 4 wheels, a huge challenge, but great to have her with us. And Anna Carrasco, who is usually here when we have all those fans piled in. I don't know if we have been given the all clear. Does that mean she's okay? Are we okay to jump in? I think we're being given the nod. Okay. Anna, great to have you here with us. How does it feel to be racing in TCR Spain?
Yeah, it's a good feeling to be here. My first time racing on car. So I'm having a lot of fun, learning a lot. So let's see how the race goes.
How's the challenge been, adapting to racing on 4 wheels from 2 wheels?
Yeah, it's my first day, so still a lot of things to learn, but yeah, I'm having fun. I know the track, so that's something good. So let's see if I can improve a little bit today on the race to learn a lot from the other drivers, and then tomorrow make another step.
And what has attracted you to this championship in particular?
In this track?
Yeah.
Normally we race in the Moto3 World Championship, also in the World Superbike. So that track is I learn a lot. So I'm having fun. Yeah.
How's it feeling out there so far in the car? All good?
Yeah, it's good, but it's a big difference between the motorbikes. So having 4 wheels is quite different, but yeah, the feeling is good, the weather is good. So let's see.
Having fun so far?
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. We'll let her go because I think we're being told to slowly clear off. Thank you to Anna Carrasco. Thanks so much for that. Very kind of her to talk to us ahead of what is her very first race in cars. Anna Carrasco usually racing in the Moto3 World Championship when they charge around here at 20 odd for the lead with 100,000 fans packed in here. Johnny, just spin the camera around, have a look. All those fans packed in. I'm sure many will be rooting for her. Give us a wave, guys, up there. Are we looking forward to TCR Spain? Hope we are. We can see them up there all getting ready to go, lined up, familiar sights to what Anna would be seeing. Fans are all packed down, all the TCR Spain cars ready to go, and I think it's going to be a pretty good race, I think, and a historic race as well with Anna down there. Great to have TCR Spain with us. Adam, I think that just about wraps it up down here on the grid. I'll pass back up to you now for race number 1.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great to get some insights there then from our 4-wheeled debutante, 2018 Supersport 300 world champion on 2 wheels in the form of Anna Carrasco. We have another very interesting driver towards the front of the grid, and that is Eric Genet. Eric Genet is the son of Jordi Genet, Marc Genet's nephew as well. Great career in karting, did some Spanish F4 last year, but we now see him in the world of TCR, so keep an eye on Eric Genet. I'm very impressed actually that he managed to beat Ignacio, otherwise known as Nacho Montenegro, in the qualifying session. Montenegro was the driver we were kind of expecting to be the favourite here in the TCR Spain's pre-season grid. However, Eric Genet at the top of the timing screens in qualifying, he will be there at the front. The boards are being displayed in rapid fire now by our marshals, clad in all white, very fetching, and we will now go rolling on the formation lap. So then 10 cars set to start this one, and just counting through them at the moment, looks like we're down to 9, so someone has gone awry. I think we are down a Honda Civic, but nonetheless it is Eric Genet starting from pole position, just a couple of tenths clear of Nacho Montenegro in the number 23 car, the Honda Civic FL5. The Audi RS3 is next, the number 63 car from Miguel Angel Romero. He starts from 3rd place alongside Marco Aguilera Lopez on row 2. Jose Antonio Cadiz is next, Santiago Castilla in 6th position. In 7th place is Mariano Alonso. He is alongside Anna Carrasco on her championship debut in TCR Spain in her first ever four-wheeled race, and that is a story that we'll be very closely following. Alvaro Garcia starting from 9th place, and Sandra Gomez Rodriguez is to be out there as well, although I think that might be the car we're missing, the second, the Peugeots, rather than a Honda. Nonetheless, we are still very, very much intrigued by what this race is going to look like over the course of the next 25 minutes. How will Ana Carrasco adapt to the world of four-wheeled motorsport? Will Eric Genet be able to hold off Nacho Montenegro? We'll have to see. We've got some really, really great talents here. Sandra Gomez, would be one to watch. Sadly, she's not taking the start for this race. She was a driver that won a selection organised by the Auto Hebdo Sport magazine, a partner of TCR Spain, and racing in the Spanish Hill Climb Championship, I understand, as a result of her efforts in a selection shootout type event. And great to see more female talents coming into the world of touring car racing and of course formula racing, as we've seen in FWS earlier on today. And we've got Ana Carrasco looking to make her stamp on four-wheeled racing here at Jerez, a circuit that she, as she alluded to, is very familiar with in two-wheeled motorsport, but this is a very different ball game here in a touring car. A healthy mix of teams and manufacturers then. Auto Club RC2, Moto Club Sabadell, Montlau Motorsport, ALM Motorsports, CTE Ultima Vuelta, Scuderia Bikes en Polder, and the Federation Andaluza di Automobilo as well. So quite a few teams, quite a few different manufacturers as well. Cupras, Hondas, Audis, Hyundais and Peugeots on this grid. Also two classes to consider as well, because you've got the modern cars, the contemporary TCR machines. You've also got a few TCR Cup cars, first generation machines. The first of them on the grid is Santiago Castilla Salinero. Or Santi Castilla, as he is otherwise known. All of the cars then have pulled up on the grid. We are about to go racing for 25 minutes. The Scalextric branded Cupra of Eric Genet is your pole sitter, but he's got Nacho Montenegro for company on the front row of the grid. Last year's TCR South American champion is on the outside of the front row. Can Eric Genet hold it into the first corner? He's not got as good of a start as Montenegro. It will be Montenegro with the nose ahead, but the inside line is with Genet. They're side by side through the first corner. The Audi of Romero is just behind as well. Miguel Angel Romero in third place. Oh, and contact almost immediately between Nacho Montenegro and Eric Genet there. Genet saying, absolutely not, you're staying behind me, I want this win. Again, Jordi Genet's son, he's going to know a thing or two about touring car racing, in Cupras in particular. And he leads the early going with a little bit of a push and a shove. That was Ana Carrasco there at the back of the order. She's a little bit off the pace, off the line at least, but her first ever standing start in a touring car, that's understandable. We'll see how she progresses as the race goes on. It's a bit of an Audi battle for third place. Romero followed by Marco Aguilera. Marco Aguilera won the Spanish Touring Car Championship in 2022. Was a Cup class runner last year in one of the early generation TCR machines, but he's got the latest spec Audi RS3 LMS at his disposal, as of course does his combatant in that battle for third place, Miguel Romero. So they can't blame the machinery, that much is for certain, as they hop over the curbs at the centre chicane. Top two have firmly broken away, and once again, Nacho Montenegro showing a huge dollop of bravery, just diving to the inside there of young Eric Genet. But Genet, composed, well used to wheel-to-wheel racing in Formula 4 competition, and he is retaining this lead. But I think we're going to have an absolute corker of a fight for first, second, third and fourth, as the two Audis are side by side. The RC2 Audi, the more colourful of the two, around the outside at the second corner. Romero, look at them side by side here. Great racing between the two parties. Here's Romero with a nose to the inside, but I don't think he's quite close enough, no. It is then the number 4 car up into third place, definitively, at least for the time being. Marco Aguilera is through. Nacho Montenegro leads the way then, just ahead of Eric Genet Casanovas. Now, or rather the other way round, it was at the line, but I think the move has been made now by Montenegro. So that happened, I think, through the first section of the lap, if I'm not mistaken, because they have swapped in the lead. So Eric Genet Casanovas is through into the race leads. Or, sorry, he's down to second place. Nacho Montenegro is through into our race lead then. So it looked as though Nacho wasn't exactly being, how do we put it, patient. And sure enough, he is through to the lead in short order. Eric Genet then down to P2. Can he maybe find an answer to the pace from the Honda Civic? We'll have to see. There's another of the Civics in the hands of Alvaro Garcia. He comes past my commentary position now in 5th place. He started towards the back of the grid. In fact, I think it was 7th on the grid. But is now making his way up through nicely. And I think he might be on the back of the Audis before too long, because he's definitely looking a bit quicker. What was his last lap time? 1:55.0 versus the 1:56.1 for Romero ahead of him. So yeah, I expect that Alvaro Garcia will soon be challenging for 4th place. We have one car into the pit lane. That, unfortunately, is Mariano Alonso. So Alonso in the Cupra DSG, first generation Cupra with the DSG automatic gearbox, is unfortunately in the pit lane, and judging by the fact that they're trying to cool the car down, I do wonder if it's been overheating a little bit. Meanwhile, I believe Anna Carrasco, has made up a position out there on circuit. It appears as if she might have overtaken the Hyundai of Jose Cadiz, or Jose Antonio Chico, as we know him. He did some karting previously, and also in the Spanish Endurance Championship did some mileage in a car. There is Anna Carrasco. Now, where is the 33 car? I think it might still be ahead of her, actually. So I think trick of the data for a little bit there. The top two coming across the start line now as Anna Carrasco goes through the final chicane. Now there is the 33 car. So it is slow, unfortunately. It did show on my timing that Carrasco had gotten through, but I thought it hadn't happened purely because the gap was 3 seconds at the line. But unfortunately, the Hyundai has an issue. So Anna Carrasco moves up a position. Carrasco will be up into P7 then. Made up a couple of places, albeit positions made because of others' misfortunes. But again, very much a learning process here for the former Moto 3 and SSP 300 racer, Supersport 300 racer. Unfortunately, the Hyundai is stopped in what is not a brilliant place. Jose Antonio Chico at turn 7 has come to a halt, and can't get that thing rolling again, I do suspect that we might have to put the race under pause, because that car is not in a particularly friendly position. If there's anyone that would be happy with a safety car, I suspect it would be Eric Genet, because he's watching Nacho Montenegro from just about 9/10 of a second back, and maybe a safety car just bringing them that little bit closer together could be the opportunity that he needs. It looks like we might be trying to do this under double waved yellows, as the entire field has now passed the scene of the accident. That would be both fast and efficient, certainly, from the crew down there, the marshals. Of course, since the car isn't in the gravel, it will be an easier extraction away from the circuit, so potentially possible before these cars come back through. Montenegro just 8/10 clear of Eric Genet, who obviously he got that pole position. He was very quick in qualifying. I think a lot of people sitting up and taking notice suddenly of Eric Genet over the last couple of days. Again, looking at the entry list on the face of it, Nacho Montenegro was the name that stuck out. The TCR South America champion from last year is here in Europe because he wants to further his career on the international stage. And so everyone had him earmarked as a favourite, but he's got some competition in the form of Eric Genet, certainly. They're 6.6 seconds clear of the chasing pack. And we're still under yellows. Are we under safety car? Because I saw some light panels around the circuit. Certainly not everybody that slow through the double waved yellows. I think there might be some slapping on the wrists there from the powers that be, because while Montenegro and Genet were very quick to slow down, I'm not sure I can say the same for some of the others further back. I'm understanding from down in the pit lane that Mariano Alonso's stop in the pit lane is because the fire extinguisher went off in the car after a particularly abrasive curb strike, and that set off the fire extinguisher. So that was that's the mystery solved there regarding Mariano Alonso, and that's something that you don't hear very often, certainly. But that's the situation there. The situation in the battle for fourth place is this. Miguel Romero under an immense amount of pressure now from the man behind him in the slightly older Civic, the FK7 Civic of Alvaro Garcia. Garcia was in TCR Spain last year with the Com2U outfit. Has some good experience then in a TCR car, and looks like the quicker of the two right now. Miguel Angel Romero, though, the youngest driver in this race, was 2023 Spanish Endurance champion in a Cupra TCR, so he's done a lot of TCR mileage in endurance races, and also ran in TCR Spain last year too. Safety car has been declared on my timing screen, so after noble efforts to try and get this race resumed under double waved yellow without the need for a safety car, I think we've unfortunately had to concede that Hyundai isn't going anywhere without a full-on safety car. I think they might have to flatbed it because it doesn't look like it wants to move. There's the number 70 car of Santiago Castilla. Still awaiting his recovery is the 33 of Jose Antonio Chico. There is the safety car. Is rather fittingly a Cupra. We've got a few of them on the grid. Of course, the Cupra brand is now set to supersede Seat on the marketplace, which is certainly a bold move. Cupra only became a mark in its own right a few years ago, going into 2018, if I remember rightly. It will be Nacho Montenegro that leads the cars around them behind the safety car. Since they were being a bit quick under double-waved yellows, I think the safety car was the way forward. We now go back to a neutralised field then, and that gives the likes of Castilla and Ana Carrasco an opportunity to get closer to the pack once again. And obviously for Carrasco, it's actually a very good opportunity within the Cup class for the first generation TCR cars. Those two just going through shot there are your Cup first and second place cars. So Santiago Castilla is your Cup class leader. And now Ana Carrasco, the only real remaining competition for him in that class, is right on his back bumper. So Ana Carrasco with an opportunity to maybe try and steal one here in the Cup element of this field. We're going to see more of Cup class entries throughout TCR globally over the coming seasons. I think the decision has been made to kind of run first generation cars under a separate BOP. Of course, much like GT3 racing, these are customer cars built by manufacturers and they're balanced with BOP, and there's now a separate BOP and a separate classification in most TCR categories for early TCR cars like the first generation Cupra and indeed the Peugeot 308 Cup car that you see there in the hands of Ana Carrasco. So then the safety car has been declared in this lap, so we are going to go racing pretty sharpish here. I'm interested to see whether Marco Aguilera could maybe be a factor in the lead battle, because it looked like Aguilera had pace that he could use to maybe get in amongst it. However, he was held up by that battle with Romero. However, he no longer has Romero ahead of him, so potentially the Spanish touring car champion of 2022 can try and get the elbows out and see what he can do against Jerez and Montenegro. Certainly, if you can claim a scalp like the very hot prospect that is Nacho Montenegro, it will do you some good. We go back to green flag racing then, with just over 10 minutes left on the clock, and the pack is together once again as they head down the main straight and towards the first corner. It's Montenegro that leads, Jerez second, Aguilera third, Romero in fourth place, Alvaro Garcia in fifth place, then it is Castilla, then it is Ana Carrasco. Our 7 remaining runners after the issues for Chico, Alonso and Gomez. Nacho Montenegro is your race leader. Nacho Montenegro at the head of the order. That's certainly what people expected. However, perhaps not as many people expected Eric Jerez to be quite so quick out of the box. It's Honda from Cupra, from Audi, from Honda. Of course, the Hondas are prepared in Italy by JAS Motorsport, long-time partner of Honda in touring car racing, going back to the Accord days in Super Touring and later on in the S2000 touring car class. So Japanese-Italian, let's say, these cars. The new FL5 Civic at the front of the order and the FK2 in fifth place, or the FK7, I should say, in fifth place. Alvaro Garcia in the second generation Civic. The first of the Civic TCR cars was the FK2. We might see a couple more of them back out there on the international stage with the introduction of the Cup class in TCR racing. And there goes Garcia up the inside of Romero, and that's a move for 4th place. Very nicely done by the number 30 driver, Alvaro Garcia. Garcia moving into a new team in this TCR Spain pre-season event, and seems to be coming along very nicely, this new partnership. There could well be a podium on the cards now that he's gotten past Miguel Romero. Can Marco Aguilera be the next target? We'll see what their comparative lap times are next time across the line to get an idea of it. Aguilera's fastest lap is certainly a couple of tenths better than Garcia's, but Garcia looks to be on the warpath at the moment with just 7 minutes left to go. Nacho Montenegro has done everything right since we've come back from the safety car. Launched the car away from Eric Genet, made sure he was out of range before they got through the corner. Final turn of the lap. There's your Cup class leader. Looks like quite a soft setup on that car, I must say. You can see a lot of suspension travel in Santiago Castilla's car. The Scuderia Bikes Importer machine, or Beige Importer, I should say. The Scuderia Beige Importer. They lead the Cup class right now from Anagaraska Peugeot in the Motor Club Sabadell stable. Five minutes and 45 of this race left to go, so if there is to be an attack for the podium here from Alvaro Garcia, it's going to have to come fairly quickly, and his last lap was very, very impressive, a 1:54.521. Now that was half a second quicker than Aguilera ahead of him, and in fact I did him a disservice earlier on because his best lap of the race is actually a 54.3. I read the wrong column, to be completely honest with you. So yes, he is a couple of tenths a lap quicker seemingly on average than the car ahead of him. So Marco Aguilera is gonna have to watch the rear view mirrors, because as Nacho Montenegro's team watch on as he leads the race, there's the potential for a second Honda on the podium. Not just a second Honda, but a second Honda from the ALM Motorsport stable as well. So ALM on the verge potentially of welcoming a first place trophy back to the awning, but also maybe a third place one as well, because as they come out of curve of Ferrari, the Audi and the Honda are extremely close together. And Garcia certainly looks like he's got a lot of confidence in that Civic. He was close around the final corner. How close will he be going into the first corner? The answer is not close enough for a move. But I get the feeling it's only a matter of time before we have Audi and Honda side by side, because it looks to me as though he has the upper hand as this race is wearing on. He's still in the 54s, while Aguilera has dipped into the 55s, so maybe he's done some better preservation of the tyres, while Aguilera was fighting Romero in the early stages of the race. Perhaps that is why things are now starting to tilt in his favour, but the Honda driver is certainly looking the more sprightly of the two. He's got a good run down towards turn 6. The door is being left open, and well, Aguilera makes that quite easy for him. Through goes Garcia, Will Aguilera stick around the outside? Yes, he will. Will they make it side by side through turn 7? Yes, however, corner exit, they just about find room for each other, and Aguilera does a stellar job there of retaining the position. I thought, to be honest, with how unaggressive he was into turn 6, that he was just letting the Honda go, but far from it. He was playing 4D chess while we were all playing checkers, and carried the momentum brilliantly out of 6 into 7. He retains 3rd place then. And Alvaro Garcia, if he wasn't aware already, will now be sure that the former Spanish touring car champion ahead of him is going to be a tough nut to crack over the course of the next 2 minutes and 35 seconds. The clock is ticking down quickly. They will start the penultimate lap of the race this time by. So time is of the essence for Garcia here. There is Castilla in the lead of the Cup class as well, so Castilla running fairly clear at the front of that order. Only competition is Ana Carrasco, as we have mentioned previously, but this battle for 3rd overall is looking most compelling. There's Nacho Montenegro leading the way by 1.5 seconds from Eric Genet. But who will be joining them on the overall podium? Again, out of turn 5 they go. Will it be another good run through turn 6, or towards turn 6, for Garcia? This time Aguilera is a lot more feisty and defensive. Garcia's on the inside line once again. He goes deep into the corner, and that's going to allow Aguilera back through. But Garcia has the inside line. This time it's role reversal. This time it's Garcia through into 3rd place. Now, can Aguilera rally? Has he got a response in the back pocket? They run through turns 9 and 10 with a new order. The Honda ahead of the Audi. 2 Hondas then set for the podium. ALM Motorsport will be cheering that one on. Nacho Montenegro, your race leader, 45 seconds left on the clock. He will be keeping half an eye on the rear view mirror. But Eric Genet looks like he's going to have to settle for 2nd. Marco Aguilera will be, unfortunately, having settled for 4th place. I think Alvaro Garcia will be very happy with how that played out, though. Santiago Castilla just a lap away from home and a TCR Cup win. First of the first generation cars home. TCR starting, of course, back in 2015. And a few of the older cars being given a new home in the Cup class. Castilla running nicely there in 6th overall. But there's your leader, Nacho Montenegro, just a few corners from home now. Eric Genet was marginally quicker on the previous lap, a couple of tenths faster. I suspect that Nacho Montenegro is simply managing the race at this stage. We've got one into the pit lane, and that is unfortunately Miguel Romero, who did look a little bit slow in the Audi a few moments ago. Miguel Romero then into the pits on the very last, going into the very last lap of the race. That's a big shame for him. However, our attention is firmly focused on the top 2 and our TCR Cup leader, Castilla, all of whom have some silverware coming. Castilla, very committed on corner exit there. Nacho Montenegro through the centre chicane for the final time. Just one corner left between himself and a win in the first pre-season event for TCR Spain. Great to have them with us in the Gedlich Racing package for the next 2 events. And it's a start of the best nature for Nacho Montenegro, who crosses the line to start the final lap. My apologies, I thought that was the end of the race, but it is +1 lap. That is on me, I do apologise, but we do have one more lap to go, so we are now on the final lap of the race. He does still have to last another 3/4 of a lap or so then over Eric Genet. Genet again looking very competitive in this Monlau competition Cupra. If you go back something like 20 years, Monlau competition were, I think, preparing Seat Toledos in Spanish touring car racing. So it's a team with a lot of experience. The Genet family in general has a lot of experience in the Seat/Cupra touring car world. Eric Genet is writing some new chapters in that particular lineage as we speak. There's Castilla then. Comfortable run home in TCR Cup, that much is for certain. But this time, it is the final time, I promise. Nacho Montenegro through the centre chicane one last time. Nice bounce across the curb there. Accelerates towards the final hairpin. Lorenzo hairpin. One would suggest maybe the Rossi's Gibernau hairpin in the eyes of some. But in the eyes of all, Nacho Montenegro has impressed in South America. He now claims a win for the first time in Europe. He wins for the Honda Civic team, for the ALM Motorsport team. Eric Genet takes second ahead of Alvaro Garcia. It's fourth place for Marco Aguilera. Fifth place going to this man, Santiago Castilla, who is also, of course, going to be our winner in TCR Cup. So Santiago Castilla, fifth overall. He will be delighted with his running there. Looks like the car wasn't quite working with him in the manner he would have liked, but they'll work on that setup, I'm sure, as we continue to go through these pre-season events. Ana Carrasco, a world champion on two wheels. Very interesting to see her diving into four-wheel competition, and she makes it home in sixth place and second among the Cup runners on her first weekend, her first ever race in a touring car. A roof on the head and two extra wheels is certainly more than a little bit to adapt to. You don't have to worry about lean angle all of a sudden in the world of the TCR category. And Ana Carrasco, great to hear from her on the pre-grid with Chris McCarthy. She seems really excited by that opportunity to go touring car racing. Let's take a look then at the results of that race. Nacho Montenegro taking the race win. Eric Genet taking P2 ahead of Alvaro Garcia. Marco Aguilera finishing in fourth position. Santiago Castilla, the first of the Cup runners, the TCR Cup runners, in fifth place. Ana Carrasco, the only other car to finish the race, in sixth position. Miguel Romero, after a strong run earlier on in the day, he ends up in seventh place in the sister Auto Club RC2 car to that of Marco Aguilera. Jose Antonio Chico taking 8th place and Mariano Alonso in 9th. Unfortunately, neither car making it to the flag, and in the case of the Hyundai of Jose Antonio Chico, we of course saw that car stopped out on the circuit. So an unfortunate end for a couple of our drivers, but in general a great start to the pre-season for TCR Spain. And a great start to his European endeavours for Nacho Montenegro, making that shift overseas after winning the TCR South America Championship. And we'll have to see how the Argentinian's career develops from here. He has incidentally not shown up yet. I think he really lapped in that return back to the pit lane. He's done a bit of a coast and a wave, I think, to the fans and attendants here at the Circuito de Jerez this afternoon. Be careful of that door as well. But he gets himself to the top step of the podium, or he will get himself to the top step of the podium shortly. He has the top parking space at the Circuito de Jerez for the time being. Very interesting to see this young man, Eric Genet, making his strides in touring car racing. Of course, started that race from pole position, got a very good launch, but it was Nacho Montenegro with a slightly better launch, and it was ultimately Montenegro that managed to get through and take the win. He certainly had his hands full at times over the course of that race. Certainly he seems happy with his efforts. And as soon as this helmet is removed from Nacho, we are going to deploy Chris McCarthy and have a chat with the ALM Motorsport driver. But for now, he's lapping in his victory here in the TCR Spain pre-season. Gloves off, ARDS device off, and helmet off. And in just a few moments, Chris will dive in there and get some words from the TCR South America champion, the reigning champion. He's not going to be defending because he's here in Europe. But I believe Chris will swoop in there in the next few seconds. So Chris, we'll throw down to you. Let's catch up with Nacho.
Nacho Montenegro, great win there, fantastic drive. How do you feel to get a win under your back straight away?
Yeah, fantastic job. Thank you first, all the team. Thank you to Martin, thank you to Alvis, today, my engineer. They did a fantastic job all whole weekend. Let's see what we can do tomorrow, but we already win one race, so yeah, good start for us.
2 cars on the podium as well. Tell us about the work that's been going in the off-season to make this happen.
Yeah, the last year ALM did like a fantastic job in TCR Europe, TCR Italy, and as well in TCR Spain in the last time. So yeah, they really deserve it. They are the best team with Honda, so yeah, let's keep in the same straight, you know.
And a win on home soil as well must feel fantastic. I say home soil. A win here in TCR Spain, it must feel fantastic.
Yeah, we won the last year the championship in TCR South America, first race in Europe. So yeah, it's a fantastic start for us, you know. So yeah, really happy with the job.
And how have you been enjoying the Jerez circuit? Enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's the last time here it was in 2020 with the F4 car. So yeah, a nice experience. You know, I already know the track. But it's a little bit different with touring cars, you know. So yeah, we can do it and we can approach as well.
A sign of things to come for the weekend and the season, would you say?
Yeah, let's see what we can do. You know, if you are ready to start to fight the championship, let's see tomorrow what is the pace that we have. So yeah, hopefully let's see if we win the championship.
From racing in F4 in 2020 to winning here in TCR, that's not bad. Well done, Nacho Montenegro. Congratulations, superb job. Let's see if we can find any more drivers. Over here is Eric Genet, who finished in 2nd place. Eric, well done. P2. That's an absolutely fantastic result.
Yeah, for me it's been a very good result. It's the first race here in the TCR. We expect during the year to improve, but it's a good beginning.
And going forwards now for the rest of the weekend, I reckon we can progress forward from 2nd, maybe challenge Nacho?
Yeah, he's raced it very good today. Tomorrow I will try to put things a bit more difficult. But yeah, during the weekend, tomorrow we will try to do our best again. I think today is a very good result, and tomorrow we will try to improve.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
My family, Molau did a great job. Thank you to everyone who is pointing me. Thank you to the team that is doing a great job.
Great start, great points on the board. Congratulations. And let's, don't know if we've got our 3rd place driver around. Might have snuck off. Yes, is Alvaro Garcia around. What a fantastic drive through the field, right from the back all the way up to 3rd place. That's a superb drive.
Yeah, I think it has been a very good race. I mean, we were not a big number of cars, but to start preparing the season, I think it's a very good way to start it.
I stood with your team and they were making a lot of noise because you were making some great overtakes out there. It must have been great fun.
Yeah, the race had been moved because I started in 9th position because in qualifying I had a problem. So I mean I need to overtake on all the race to finish in third position.
You definitely earned it. Go and enjoy the podium. We'll leave you to do it. Well done, Alvaro Garcia. Well, there we can see our top three drivers. Let's walk round. After you. Let's walk round. The top three are going to head up to the podium now. As we can see, drivers are going to get ready to head up. We've got some of the junior drivers. We can see Anna Carrasco's car over there as well. First race completed. Let's go and have a look, shall we, Johnny? I don't know if she's over there. If she is, we'll grab a word with her. If not, we will hand back to Adam. But there we can see all the cars in. I think we'll hand it back as the podium is getting ready to go. We'll hand back up to Adam Weller in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great to hear there from the entire podium then in the overall order. We'll be celebrating the overall and indeed the TCR Cup class results in the next few moments. But Nacho Montenegro returning to Europe, making his first tin top race in Europe and doing a jolly good job as well, moving back into the international scene with a win. And I tell you what, Eric Genet, you can kind of tell he's Audie Genet's son, can't you? The spit of him, I tell you. Great to see another generation of the Genet family coming through into the racing ranks. Let's go though up to the podium because we are, highlights. We are just taking a look back at some of the action. It was side by side early going, and a little bit of a hip check, it must be said, between Montenegro and Genet. And a little bit of contact as well going into turn 3, but that was avoided nicely. It was Genet leading for the early couple of laps of the race, but soon enough Montenegro had to find his way by. A good battle between the Audis in third place as well. The Valles team would have been cheering on their guys there. The Cupra and the Honda at close quarters in the lead of the race. Montenegro trying to find his way through, and he ultimately would find his way through. Aguilera and Romero also swapping positions. Aguilera into third place. And that is the third place that he would hold for quite a while, but of course he wouldn't end up on the podium. These two, Genet and Montenegro, disappearing up the road. And that was all well and good until, unfortunately, we needed a safety car. The 33 Hyundai from Jose Antonio Chico slowing down, and that would ultimately be a safety car, just stopping there on the outside of turn 7. And we tried to recover the car under local yellows, but we went to full safety car, and soon enough the racing would resume. When it did resume, we started to get the feeling that Alvaro Garcia was making his podium bid. He's jumped into the FK7 after some issues in qualifying, had to start from the rear of the field. Would make a move for fourth place though on Romero going into turn 1 of the lap. And would soon be knocking on the door for a podium, while Santiago Castilla carried on at the front of TCR Cup. And then we had some brilliant door-to-door racing between Aguilera and Garcia. Garcia would be on the outside at turn 7, so Aguilera said, absolutely not, you're not going through. But a lap later, almost a role reversal. Garcia down the inside. He goes wide through turn 6. That, though, leaves him the inside line for turn 7, gets a good run out of the corner, and he would be your podium finisher. Third place, ultimately, on the podium for him, behind this man, Eric Genet, and your race winner. That, of course, being Nacho Montenegro. Santiago Castilla taking the win in Cup, but it's Nacho Montenegro who sees the checkered flag first at Jerez. The ALM team with a lot to celebrate then coming out of this first race. They will be regrouping going into race 2. That will take place tomorrow morning. We'll have another 25-minute plus 1 lap race for them. Lucas Gajewski, meanwhile, has rounded our drivers up. Let's go to the podium.
Well, I haven't done it personally, Adam, but I'm delighted to say we are ready to start the podium after race 1 of this weekend for the TCR Spain pre-season event. Joining us for the very first time in the Winter Series package. So please welcome your top 3 finishers after race 1 here at Jerez. And in third place from ALM Motorsport, it's Alvaro Garcia. Congratulations to Alvaro, finishing in third place. In second place, from Monlau Motorsport, it's Eric Genet. And here is your overall race winner and your junior class winner just as well from ALM Motorsport, Ignacio Nacho Montenegro. And please welcome the winning team just as well. Congratulations to ALM Motorsport. And here we have the presentation of the trophies. So please welcome Gabriel Alonso, TCR Spain promoter, to present the trophy to our third place driver. First of all, congratulations once again to Alvaro Garcia. Gabriel Alonso once again presenting the trophy to our second place driver. Congratulations, Eric Genet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's up to Felipe McGuff, who is the TCR South America promoter, to present the trophy to our winning driver from Argentina, Nacho Montenegro. And then it's Gabriel Alonso once again to present the trophy to our winning team, and this is ALM Motorsports. And one more trophy for the winning junior coming up. Everything's already done, that's good. So here we have the national anthem, for our winning driver from Argentina. Big round of applause and thank you very much after listening to the national anthem for your winner. So please, can we have one big final round of applause for our podium finishers in TCR Spain race number 1. Thank you very much indeed. But of course, there is a second podium coming up for the TCR Cup for the Generation 1 machinery. That's part of the grid as well. I'm just waiting for confirmation, and I think we are good to go for TCR Cup, aren't we? There is silence, so I take that as a yes. So here we go then, in her first TCR race, actually her first car race here in Jerez. In second place on the TCR Cup podium. Congratulations for Motor Club Sabadell is Ana Carrasco. And your winner in TCR Cup from Escuderia Bikes Emporda is Santiago Castilla. Congratulations to the TCR Cup winner just as well. Trophies are being presented once again by Gabriel Alonso, the TCR Spain promoter. First of all, in second place to Ana Carrasco. And here's the trophy to the winner in TCR Cup, presented by Gabriel Alonso. Just as well, we can go ahead, Gabriel. Thank you very much. Here is your winner. Congratulations to Santiago Castilla. So please get together for the pictures, Ana and Santiago. And thank you very much for joining us on the podium just as well. Big round of applause once again. Thank you very much to Ana and to Santiago on the podium. So that's our first podium of the weekend done for TCR Spain. One final race for the day still coming up, and this is going to be very, very exciting indeed. So let's head down to the first grid of the weekend with a big bunch of GT cars in GT Winter Series. Here's Chris McCarthy.
Right, welcome down to the grid. Thank you very much, Lucas, for doing the podium. Here we can see on pole position. We're getting ready to go for the GT Winter Series race. First sprint race starting on pole position will be our championship leaders, SR Motorsport. They have had 100% podium finishing record so far this season. J-Mo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer are their drivers in the car this season. Superb performances for the pair. As you can see, they're just being spoken to in the car. It's been a combined performance for them. As I said, 100% podium finishing record. J-Mo Hartling's going to be taking it to the track this time. Alongside them, we've got the number 147, relatively new faces, PTT Racing, not in terms of the team, but in terms of this number, 147 alongside. Let's see what this driver can do. Jumps in for this round and jumps in with a presence straight on to the front row. But PTT Racing fielding a lot of cars. There's the man who makes the noise on the podiums. Do we have the air horn here with us? Yeah, we're going to bring it onto the podium. Great stuff. Johnny, let's keep walking. PTT Racing doing a fantastic job, always creating some atmosphere down on the paddock. We are missing some cars down here. How long do we have? 3 minutes to go. Let's keep walking in that pace. On row 2, we are going to have the number 13 PTT racing car, our leading Cup 2 car with 2 class wins. And then we're expecting the number 62 DL Racing Cup 4 car, which is just here, actually, a new entry for this round. Great to have it entered with us. We have some gaps in the field, not too sure why, but we will move with it. It doesn't appear that we're missing cars, it just seems they've been spread out. Okay, 3 minutes, so we're going to have to move quickly. Here we can see the number 6 is next. Looks like Adrian Lewandowski in the car. Now, this is our Cup 4 leader in the championship. 5 class wins in 6 races. These guys have been very, very quick so far this season. Almost unbeatable. Racar Motorsport, if you move over to the other side, Leandro Martin and Dieter Smeps, 3 class wins for them. And as such, they lead our Cup 2 category. Lovely Porsche cars, the Porsche 992s. We're not going to walk much further because we're going to have to clear this circuit very, very soon. What we will do is come to our Cup 1 leaders next. The AF Corsa 151 over here. Griffin and Dillon in this car. 5 wins for them in this category. John Dillon and Matt Griffin. Let's see what they can do. It looks like John's in the car for them for this race. They've been likewise dominating proceedings up there, but a lovely looking field, isn't it? Stunning cars up and down the grid, cars making their way down just alongside here. This car here, number 7, sits 5th overall in the standings. Cup 2 car, PTT Racing as well, has been doing very, very well, fighting with the likes of the GT3 cars, has been running very, very well. That's our cue to start walking off then. Let's go, Johnny. We're going to have to start walking off the grid now. That is our cue to get off the grid. 1 minute to go before these cars start charging off for the warm-up lap, and then we are going to be racing at Jerez for the first time this weekend for the 3rd round of the GT Winter Series. So Adam, let's go up to you in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris. A few gaps on the grid. Matis Lizowski is only racing in the endurance race, the 3rd race of the weekend, as has been the case for the first 2 rounds as well. So that's why there's a gap on the grid there. But we still have a glorious looking field of GT machinery on the grid. About to get started for 30 minutes of racing in the GT Winter Series. You see there Werner Eichinger running down the grass beside the cars. He's, of course, the race director who you often see talking to the front row starters in the grid walks. He's just giving instructions, imparting wisdom, of which he has plenty, before the racing gets underway. So then it is J-Mo Hartling at the wheel of the SR Motorsport car per my timing screen, although we are expecting the SR Motorsport car to be driven by him. So yes, it is going to be J-Mo Hartling at the wheel. He is our pole sitter for this race then. He is very, very quick indeed, so expect him to be a force to be reckoned with in this race. However, Martin Kazmarksi in the 147 car, he will be one to watch from second on the grid. Very, very diverse range of experience. We'll talk about that later. Maciej Sadzowski isn't there on the grid, but Ibrahim Badawi is. He will be starting on row 2. He's just ahead of a fellow Cup 4 class starter, Adrian Lewandowski, on row 3 of the grid. Leandro Martins is next. He's the first of the Cup 2 cars since Sadzowski isn't starting this one. 7th on the grid is his closest competition, Hubert Darmetko. Then it's the first of the Cup 1 cars, the Cup 1 class for the Ferrari Challenge machinery. John Dillon starting from P8. Alessio Ruffini is next. Great to see him doing so well on just his second weekend as a racing driver. He's ahead of Alfredo Hernandez in another of the Huracan Super Trofeos, all Lambo Huracan Super Trofeo cars on row 5. Uwe Lauer, the Ferrari 488 GT3 car, starting from 11th place, and it's a row of big personalities because you've got Uwe Lauer alongside Motohiko Isozaki in the AF Corsa Ferrari Challenge car. Przemysław Biankowski is starting from 13th place, the number 33 car, alongside Igor Playa in the 741. Alexandra Borges is supposed to be there in a Ferrari Challenge Evo. It was going to be a GT3 car, but unfortunately the Kessel GT3 Ferrari was damaged over the week. And Petros Makris set to start from P16 in the number 16, rounding out our order. So then the cars already forming up 2 by 2. Very difficult to go side by side through the centre chicane, but that's what they're doing at the moment. So we are just a few moments away from going racing. It will be half an hour of action for the GT Winter Series cars. The hot favourite is certainly going to be J-Mo Hartling here. However, maybe Martin Kazmarksi can do something about it. He was a Dakar Rally racer in his early days. He's done rallycross, he's done Polish endurance racing, he's making his debut in a GT3 car. He's in the white Mercedes. The blue Mercedes is J-Mo Hartling, and he will lead into the first corner, or will he? Because here comes Ibrahim Badawi right up the inside, and through into the lead has gone Martin Kazmarksi. That's not in the script. Hold on a minute. Am I reading the wrong race? I might just be. It's Martin Kazmarksi that leads the way. In second place then is the Egyptian racer Ibrahim Badawi. He's just, we got a car in the wall in the back of shot there. Alfredo Hernandez has ended up in the tyres there. And you can see the indentation in the tyre wall where he made contact as well. So it wasn't just a spin into the gravel, unfortunately. And we're seeing yellows around the circuit. The safety car is out. Now, through back into second place has gone J-Mo Hartling, while we were looking at the stricken Lamborghini of Hernandez, who lost it in turn 2. Now, did J-Mo Hartling get through before the safety car went out? Hopefully so. Nonetheless, the safety car is out on the circuit and running. So then SR Motorsports, J-Mo Hartling is your second place driver for now. And that's because Martin Kazmarski has had a lightning start in his first GT3 race, around the outside and into the lead in the early going. I was expecting it to be J-Mo Hartling leading. Ibrahim Badawi was briefly in second place, but is now down in third. Then it's the GT3 Poland car. of Adrian Lewandowski. In 5th place, Leandro Martins at the line. Yes, Leandro Martins there leading Cup 2 ahead of John Dillon. So the Cup 1 leader for the Ferrari Challenge cars, the Cup 1 class is separating the Cup 2 battle for the Porsche 992 Cup cars. As we alluded to, sadly a couple of non-starters. Matthias Lizowski never does the sprint races. He's only contracted for the endurance races, as he has told us previously. But sadly no Alexandre Boches for this race, and I suspect the Kessel Racing 69 entry might be missing for the weekend. And Alfredo Hernandez, of course, only got as far as turn 2. So then the cars behind the safety car for the time being, and one would suspect that this will be a fairly brief safety car. Ride on board here, I believe, with Alessio Ruffini. Yes, Alessio Ruffini in the number 30 car. Great story with Alessio Ruffini. He made his racing debut at Portimao. He stood on the podium at Portimao as well, and is paired with Milos Pavlovic, who is his driver coach. Ruffini in his first ever races, choosing a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo as his car of choice. A bold strategy, but one that seems to be paying off. He's only been driving race cars for a few months, and he's been very impressive so far. Had a great chat with him a few days ago. Did he just wave? I think someone might have just told him that he was on TV and waved. He definitely waved. Interesting. But yeah, we spoke to him. I did ask him if he was going to keep the wonderful bare carbon fibre on that number 30 car. Sadly, the answer is no. It is going to have to get some colours on it eventually, I'm told, but it looks absolutely spectacular in all black, just pure carbon fibre. I know that in Formula One we're bemoaning the sheer amount of visible carbon fibre, but come on, look at that Lamborghini silhouette. That just looks amazing. Very nice livery as well on Motohiko Isazaki's car as well, the AF Corsa Ferrari. Loved chatting to him in Portimao. A driver with quite a big gulf in his resume. He did some single-seater racing in Japan and the broader Asian region throughout the 2000s as an amateur competitor, but he was racing in junior single-seaters. And now, just a couple of years ago, deciding, you know what, I've retired, I'm going to go racing. And he managed to score himself a championship pot at the end of last year's Ferrari Challenge Europe as well, so clearly still got his eye in firmly, and great to see him back again here at Jerez. Spectacular grid we have in terms of sheer colour and shape and sound. The GT Wind Series, always an absolute treat for the senses. The safety car will be in this lap as anticipated. Didn't think this was going to be too long of a safety car period, and sure enough, the bulletin has come up on the timing screen. We are going to go racing again in just a few moments. Now that Lamborghini in 3rd place, whatever rocket fuel they put in that thing, Ibrahim Badawi certainly had a good run down towards the first corner last time. Now, single file rolling start, it shouldn't be as possible for him to try and challenge for the lead, but if I'm JMO Hartling, I'm certainly looking over my shoulder a little bit, that much is certain. We'll have to see what Ibrahim Badawi is capable of. Hubert Darmetko, I keep meaning to try and chat to Hubert because he's had a really brilliant first couple of weekends with PTT Racing. I hope to try and catch him this evening maybe over some dinner at the Nick Food Hospitality. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, certainly has had some great racing so far this year. Of course, he will share with Igor Klaya later on in the endurance race on Sunday evening. But But as of right now, driving solo. Through the centre chicane they go then. The safety car about to come in. We will once again go racing in the GT Winter Series. It is Martin Kazmarski that leads the way in the gorgeous 147. It is a pair of Mercedes AMG GT3s that thunder past my commentary position as we go back to racing, and Jamo Hartling has really nailed that restart. He's through into the race lead. That didn't take too long at all, did it? Martin Kazmarski had no response there for the experienced Jamo Hartling. Jamo Hartling, the younger of the two, but he's done a lot more mileage in a big GT car. Sure enough, he is through into the race lead. Alessio Ruffini under some pressure from Uwe Lauer there further back in the pack. Now what can Kazmarski do about the cars behind him? Will he be able to hold on to this second place? Ibrahim Badawi wasn't far off his pace in quali. There's Uwe Lauer looking to the inside. Look at Przemysław Biankowski. That was very, very bold there, that corner speed through turn 5 and through into third place, through into the Cup 4 lead has gone Lewandowski. Adrian Lewandowski, the son of Andrzej, is through into third position. A great Cup 4 battle then, potentially on the cards, between the two Lamborghinis from GT3 Poland and DL Racing, respectively. John Dillon just holding off Hubert Darmetko as well. Uwe Lauer still trying to find his way past Alessio Ruffini, but currently not finding much luck in that department. Through go the Lamborghinis, 20 cylinders singing as they go past the spectator-filled grandstand and down towards the final hairpin. That looked deep from Adrian Lewandowski. It was very deep indeed, and that allows Ibrahim Badawi back through into third place, back through into the Cup 4 leads. Very, very, very good from Ibrahim Badawi there to capitalise on that opportunity. Would you like to feel old? The man in the 62 car doesn't have his driving licence yet. The young Egyptian is 17 years old and he doesn't have a road licence. However, he was racing Lamborghinis last year. He did some F4 testing in 2022 as well. And here he is driving a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo again now for what will be his second season. And he currently leads the Cup 4 class. He, Lewandowski and Leandro Martins are all looking very much equal here. I do wonder if Leandro is going to get involved in this one. Of course, the overall podium is much coveted, even though there isn't actually a podium ceremony as such. Getting into the top 3 on the final classification is exactly what you want to get out of your race day. Right on board with Hubert Darmetko. Great view here of him fighting the car while he tries to fight John Dillon as well. He's got to worry about Igor Klaya behind him. Igor Klaya, future co-driver, of course, in the last race on Sunday. But for now, they're fierce rivals. John Dillon a bit earlier on the brakes there than Hubert Darmetko. Through the centre chicane they go. This is a battle for 6th overall. The Cup 1 leader, the Cup 1 class for the Ferraris, of which John Dillon is the first. And then your second place car in Cup 2 desperately trying to find any way he can to get through. And that might be the opportunity. John Dillon drifts wide. Hubert Darmetko gets through. Is the Ferrari quicker in a straight line? I would think so. And John just trying to go figure out which way he wants to go. Doesn't get through and past Hubert Darmetko. Igor Klaya there in the 741 now needs to find his way past as quickly as he can. Otherwise, his compatriot at PTT Racing, Darmetko, is just going to disappear off into the distance. So John Dillon maybe playing the spoiler now for Igor Klaya, but he's got every right to do so. He's fighting for 7th overall, so he's allowed to do that. No blue flags in this situation. Uwe Lauer, of course, the GT3 third place car, 9th overall. He wants to get involved in this as well. So many different specs of car, all fighting for position. This is what GT Winter Series is all about. Here comes Uwe Lauer. He's looking to the inside, but doesn't get the move done on that occasion. Uwe, of course, a race winner this year already at Estoril in the highly dramatic race 2 of that weekend. Is Ferrari Challenge car from Porsche Cup car from Ferrari GT3. And I get the feeling that Uwe is running out of patience. He's looking to the inside at unconventional places. Motohiko Isazaki might end up involved in this one as well. He's not too far down the road. They're in 10th place overall, and if John Dillon keeps making the car this wide, I suspect it will be a 4-car battle before long. Here comes Klaya, looks to the inside. John Dillon again drifts it wide like he did on the previous lap, but this time he has the inside for turn 1. He's got the straight line speed advantage in the Ferrari as well. He retains P7 for the time being at least. Here comes Uwe Lauer, he looks to the inside line. We've got a yellow flag at turn 13. I think that might be for Raffini and Bienkowski, because both of them have had a slow lap, but both of them have also come through. So they're back underway and we're back to full green flag around the circuit. So that's the good news there as we continue to watch this great battle for 7th overall. Dillon from Klaya from Lauer. The Brit versus the Polish racer versus the German De Biermacher himself. And I think Motohiko Isazaki is going to bring a 4th flag into this very quickly because he is closing. Uwe Lauer again, he likes the idea of that turn 6 move. He keeps looking at it, but he's never quite been close enough to pull it off yet. At the front of the order, J-Mo Hartling is setting a lightning pace, 142.8 last time across the line. He's over 2 seconds quicker than anyone else out there on the circuit right now, so he's leading comfortably. Meanwhile, John Dillon is leading the battle for 7th place, but I dare suggest it's the least comfortable seat he's sat in for quite some time. Oh, and here comes Uwe Lauer. I told you he was running out of patience. What a move from Uwe Lauer. That was a spectacular dive bomb, and he made it work. I can tell you now that Francesco Lopez is probably laughing, maybe with his head in his hands as well, because that was a move with high risk, but it paid off. And now Uwe Lauer goes Ferrari hunting in his own Ferrari. It's 488 Challenge versus 488 GT3. Uwe Lauer has John Dillon next on his radar, gets a good run through the first corner, more downforce in the GT3, and surely, no, I thought he had done it there at turn 2. But not quite yet. John Dillon holds it off for now. As long as he's still leading this battle through turn 5, he should be okay on the run to turn 6, because again, the challenge car, yes, less aero, but also more straight line speed. But the aero of the Ferrari allows it of the GT3 Ferrari allows Uwe Lauer a quicker run through T5. John Dillon, though, far enough ahead into turn 6 to hold on to this 7th place. But now we go through the fast turn 7 and 8. And that will be a section that suits Uwe Lauer. Cars 30 and 33 under investigation for contact. That's Bienkowski and Raffini. I said they were late across the line a couple of laps ago, so yes, there was contact between them. Uwe Lauer around the outside at turn 9 and then turn 10. Has he made that work? If he has, move of the day. Yes, he has. Uwe Lauer is on a roll. Goodness me. Uwe up into P7 then. Around the outside at 9, used the superior downforce of that GT3 car, hooked it up at turn 10, and is now up to 7th place. And here comes Igor Klaya. Klaya wants a piece of this as well. Oh, and Klaya runs very deep. He tried to get past John Dillon, and, well, Dillon remains in 8th place, but that last hairpin is proving to be a challenge for our drivers. While all of this excitement is going on, we've still got a great battle as well for third place as well, with Ibrahim Badawi just ahead of Adrian Lewandowski. That's the third overall in the lead in Cup 4. We've also got a good scrap on between Przemysław Bienkowski, who's just gotten past Petros Makris. So now that Bienkowski has gotten through, I suspect he will stay there. But here is the battle for third place. Ibrahim Badawi still just ahead of Adrian Lewandowski. They've been pretty much at this distance from each other since the race resumed, but I don't know, something tells me Adrian Lewandowski might get an opportunity or two before the conclusion of this race. There's Leandro Martins in 5th as well. He's been rather dropped by the charging Lambos, the raging bulls, if you will. Through the chicane they go. Hartling and Kazmarski just coming down the main straight at the moment in their GT3 cars, and look at how deep into the corner Adrian Lewandowski though goes there. Sets himself up nicely for the run out of the turn, mind you. And no one behind him to lunge it up the inside, so it might have actually been a net gain, I don't know. I'm looking out of my window as well to see what's going on in this battle for 7th between Dylan and Klaya, because that seems to change every time we look at it. But at the moment there for Badawi, that could be the opportunity that Adrian Lewandowski needs there. You just saw him have a wobble at turn 2. Igor Klaya has gotten past John Dillon meanwhile, but this looks like a battle that could soon change hands also. Adrian Lewandowski stalking Ibrahim Badawi. Badawi with less experience than Lewandowski, but only by a marginal amount. Adrian Lewandowski hasn't been racing for that long. His father, Andrzej, doing it for far longer. Both of them, though, clearly thriving in these Cup 4 machines, these Lamborghini Super Trofeo spec cars. Both of them the latest Evo 2 specification car as well, which came on song at the start of 2022, if my memory serves me correctly. Of course, the Huracan in general came into life as a race car in 2015. Hard to think that this is almost a 10-year-old car, but that is the brakes, I'm afraid. GRT Grasser running a Lamborghini in the Blancpain series as it was back then. I think winning first time out, if I recall correctly, in the GT3 ranks with the Huracan on its debut. Here comes Adrian Lewandowski then. He's definitely giving Ibrahim all of the signals he needs to know that, yes, you've got a battle on your hands, sunshine. No mistake this time from Ibrahim Badawi. Egyptian racer just holding off the charging young Pole for the time being. Lewandowski. Of course, we've seen Andrzej win a race already this year. That was at the Estoril round. Certainly no overall win coming this time for Adrian Lewandowski, but an overall podium would be nice. Is exceedingly close between the pair of them. It's a proper jousting session that they're going through at the moment. We've got 2 class lead battles going on around the circuit as well, because Motohiko Isozaki always comes on strong in the race. He's right there with John Dillon, but it's still about a second between them, significantly less between the 2 Lamborghinis though. Many positions still up for grabs. We do have a drive-through penalty as well. That is for Przemysław Bienkowski. Drive-through penalty causing a collision, it says on the timing screen. So Bienkowski judged to be at fault for the collision that we understand happened between he and Alessio Ruffini, as we see a bit of a rally line there from Ibrahim Badawi, flicking the rear out on the apex and straightening up the corner. I don't know if he meant to do it, but it certainly worked. This is a great tooth and nail battle between the two Trofeo cars. This is why I adore the GT Winter Series. We've got every flavour of ice cream happening at once here. We've got GT3 cars out on circuit. We've got a great Cup 4 battle here for the Super Trofeo cars. You've got the 992 Cups out there as well. Incidentally, Hubert Darmetko closing in at a rate of knots on Leandro Martins by the looks of it as well. Keep an eye on that. And then, of course, you've got the Ferrari Challenge machinery too. All sorts of stuff out there on the circuit. Here comes Adrian Lewandowski, though. He's very late and committed on the brakes. Too late and too committed on the brakes, as it turns out. He gets a good run out of turn 6, but he costs himself a few car lengths in the process. Przemysław Bienkowski is in the pit lane as anticipated. Now, Hubert Darmetko's last lap was 1.5 seconds quicker than that of Leandro Martins for Racar Motorsport. So as we see the other PTT Porsche coming out onto the circuit, it is the second place car in Cup 2, Hubert Darmetko in the number 7, that I think may well be able to move into the top 5 overall and indeed the Cup 2 win before this race concludes. Unless it was a one-off poor lap from Leandro Martins, which is a possibility. As good as the Brazilian racer is, he could have made an error. I suspect that they are very close together, as are these Lamborghinis. Adrian Lewandowski has already clearly stated his intentions. I can tell you that less than a second definitely between the Cup 2 battle as well. About 0.8 as it turns out. And that's a good setup from Adrian Lewandowski. He's closed in a lot through those first couple of corners. That much is for certain. You saw him get a much better run out of turn 3. How's his run through 5? He takes a wider berth on corner entry, straightens it up for the apex, for the exit, I should say. That's very, very good from Lewandowski. There's our Cup 1 lead battle, but it's not really a battle anymore since Ishizaki has lost a little bit of time. So I think John Dillon's done enough. But what about Badawi and Lewandowski then? Because they're a lot closer now than Dillon was. They were within a second in Cup 1, but sadly that's no longer the case. Isozaki slowing down. Leandro Martins and Hubert Darmetko are within a second, as are Badawi and Lewandowski. There is John Dillon, your Cup 1 leader. There is the Cup 2 lead, so this is the battle I've been talking about as Hubert Darmetko has been closing in on his fellow Porsche. Those Lamborghinis and those Porsches are all very close together as we see them through the centre chicane. The 911 and the number 7 car head towards the final corner. There's Darmetko. He has a bit of a late run into the corner there, but he manages to get it stopped. He's been closing in on that man Leandro Martins. Martins, of course, still running the cut finger Porsche after his original chassis unfortunately met its end at Estoril. It's a title-winning car in the GT Winter Series, so Martins has a good machine underneath him, but PTT Racing run a lot of Porsches, so they know how to set the car up as well. Darmetko and Martins having a great scrap here. Again, remember I said earlier on that Martins just seemed to have the pace advantage over John Dillon when he was trying to get around him. I had a feeling that if Darmetko could get by, he'd go hunting for Martins, and sure enough, he has closed in the nick of time. We've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, so time is certainly of the essence for Darmetko. Will we see a move before the end of this race? If we don't see it from them, we will see it from the Lamborghinis. Great battles in both categories. It's still Badawi from Lewandowski, but you can even hear it there on the ambient noise, how close together the Lambos are as well. There they are. Oh, a bit of a tail whip there from Lewandowski. We've seen that from Ibrahim a couple of times, but Adrian Lewandowski also fighting the tail a little bit. We've got less than 3 minutes of this race to go. And I'm not sure who's going to be third, fourth, fifth, or sixth by the end of this. Can Lewandowski find a way? Once again, he's very quick through 3. He dives up the inside at 4. He can't get it done there. I think he realised what he was about to do and pulled out of it. But turn 5 again. See, drifting wider. Oh, but drifting in general. That's scrubbing some speed off the mid-corner. And unfortunately, that's given Badawi a car length. If you're a GT3 Poland supporter, that's not what you want to see. Lewandowski then has to find a few tenths once again in order to try and close in on Badawi, but he's out of overtaking range for the next few corners at least. And if we hold this shot, we'll soon see a pair of fighting Porsches. Leandro Martins just ahead. Yes, there he is now, of Hubert Darmetko. Darmetko still not finding a way by. 1 minute and 40 left to go. No +1 lap on this race. So once the clock hits 0, we know they're approaching the checkered flag. Through the centre chicane we go, and Darmetko a little less aggressive on the curbs at the chicane that time, but actually I think got a slightly better exit. There are the Guineas coming across the line. Great noise they make. Something tells me Badawi has just... Oh, goodness me! Well, I'm not going to finish that sentence because that was a scary entry into the first corner. We are seeing a brilliant scrap between Ibrahim Badawi and Adrian Lewandowski. Lewandowski, again, has so much more corner speed through certain sections of this circuit. I think he's quicker, but Ibrahim is out racing him right now. 35 seconds left on the clock, so this car, Jamo Hartling, is on the penultimate lap of the race. He'll cross the line with something like 10 seconds left on the clock, so he'll begin the final lap this time. Motohiko Isozaki making way for him. 11 car powers out of the final corner then, and we'll begin the final lap as the Lamborghinis and the Porsches continue to fight it out. There is Jamo Hartling then. Clock hits 0 now, so we are on the final lap of the race. The SR Motorsport number 11 car. It's certainly a happy place to be for Jamo right now. Only started his GT3 racing tenure at Estoril in our first round of the GT Winter Series, but has taken to it like a duck takes to water. I get the feeling Lewandowski is now just too far back, and you can see that he's, I think, maybe starting to try a bit too hard. He's going deep at every single braking zone. Badawi should have this Cup 4 win, so long as he keeps it all tidy himself. I'm less certain, though, about the Cup 2 battle, because as they come past my position, they're very close indeed. It's the benefit of having a big window. Jamo Hartling, though, just a few corners from home. John Dillon will probably go a lap down just before the end of this race. He will take the Cup 1 win. Here comes the SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3, and Darmetko has made the move. Leandro Martins went wide through turn 2, and that was the opportunity that Darmetko needed. So Darmetko gets through into the Cup 2 lead and 5th overall. Jamo Hartling hasn't had to worry about doing much overtaking in this race. He did lose out off the line. However, it always felt like a win for Jamo, and it is a win for Jamo. He crosses the line to secure victory. It'll be a long wait for Kazmarski in second, so we cut back to the Cup 2 win for the Cup 2 lead for the time being. It looks as though Darmetko has it. Leandro Martins was a couple of seconds a lap slower as Darmetko closed in on him. So now that Darmetko is through, that looks pretty definitive. Kaczmarski will be coming through the final corner in just a few seconds to take second on his GT3 racing debut. The 147 PTT car crossing the line now, and that is the car that we hope to see again a few times. Kaczmarski, a very welcome addition to the paddock. Ibrahim Badawi taking third overall, taking the Cup 4 win. Again, Adrian Lewandowski just not able to find a way by. He was quicker for a lot of that race, but seemed to be trying a bit too hard at the end. Hubert Darmetko, 5th overall, and the PTT boys are cheering that car home. That much is for certain. Great win in Cup 2 for Hubert Darmetko. That's also 5th overall, of course. Leandro Martins taking P6. The Biermarker Racing's Uwe Lauer is going to be next across the line in 7th in a few seconds' time after some brilliant overtakes from him a little while ago. There is the Biermarker Racing Ferrari 488 GT3. Of course, he'll take the third step on the GT3 podium as well. Igor Klaya taking P8. And already across the line, of course, is John Dillon. Everyone else has already crossed the line because they were a lap down. John Dillon in the 151 car taking 9th overall ahead of Motohiko Isozaki, rounding out the overall top 10 and finishing second in Cup 1. There you see Jamo Hartling heading back into the pit lane. We're firmly into the golden hour here at the Circuito de Jerez. I'm sure that our media team at Gedlich have been loving getting some shots. Jamo Hartling taking the win, 33 seconds clear of Martin Kaczmarski, I should say, at the end of the race. Ibrahim Badawi taking third, and a well-deserved Cup 4 win after a brilliant scrap with GT3 Poland's Adrian Lewandowski. Hubert Darmetko is next in P5 alongside Leandro Martins. Great Cup 2 scrap there. Uwe Lauer fought his way up to P7 ahead of Igor Klaya, third in the Cup 2 class. John Dillon wins Cup 1 ahead of Motohiko Isozaki. Isozaki fading towards the end of the race. Alessio Ruffini in 11th position after a tag from Przemysław Biankowski. Biankowski getting a drive-through penalty as a result and finishing 12th. In 13th place, Kessel Racing's Petros Makris. Alfredo Hernandez, the only other starter, unfortunately didn't last beyond turn 2 of the first lap after he found the wall. Kaczmarski then taking the win in this race. It is Kaczmarski. He helpfully writes it on the side of his door. Great to see him doing so well. Had a great chat with him in hospitality. He was very happy that I knew that he raced the Dakar in 2014. Not only did he compete in the Dakar Rally, but he came 9th overall as the youngest ever starter at the time in the Dakar Cars class. Shaking the hand of Jamo Hartling.
I was sitting like hell and 2 corners. Not good. Good job. Thank you.
Since that was in English, I took the risk of listening in there, even though it is definitely a risk. Sometimes listening into racing drivers. I see that Chris McCarthy is ready with our race winner. So Chris McCarthy, over to you, my friend, with Jamo Hartling.
Jamo Hartling, well done. Another win in GT Winter Series. Absolutely fantastic. Looked like you had to work hard for it, but how does it feel to get across the line first there?
Boy, incredible. Yeah, it was a little bit hot in the car, but no worries. It was a very good race. Also good work from my team. Thanks to all, and hope we do it. We can count on that.
It's been really hard work being put in by the team, hasn't it, here at SR Motorsport? And the rewards really starting to come in now, really starting to rack the wins up.
Yeah, we work really hard together, and we hope for the best results for the next races.
And expanding on that championship lead and continuing this 100% podium record. I mean, how does that feel to hear that when we're now at round 3? What is that? So, what's that, 7 races in now?
It makes me happy. So I hope we can continue that. And it's really incredible. I'm speechless about that.
Think we can keep it going here at Jerez?
Yeah.
Congratulations, well done. Well done to J-Mo Harling. As we said here, that record keeps going, Adam. 100% podium finishing record in their Mercedes. But all the team here, we saw them celebrating. Schnitzellaum Racing doing an absolutely fantastic job. J-Mo Harling had to work hard for it, but got the reward of that victory. Let's go back up to you, Adam, before we head up to the podium with Lucas.
Thank you, Chris. Great to hear from J-Mo Hartling. I think he was speechless there, as he said. I think he might need a drink before the podium, to be honest. He looked very spent after that one. J-Mo Hartling, though, taking the win, 33 seconds clear of Martin Kazmarski, as we said. Let's take a look, though, at the replays, because there was a lot of action in that race. It was a great start from not the first row, but the second row of the grid. Ibrahim Badawi making an early lunge to the inside for the lead. He doesn't take the lead, but I tell you who does. Martin Kazmarski on his first appearance in a GT3 car. He led. There was a safety car because of Alfredo Hernandez having an incident, and J-Mo Hartling immediately capitalised and took back his lead. Darn it, as he continued on his way. Przemysław Biankowski with a little bit too much faith in the tyres going through turn 5, and we had a brilliant battle between these two, Lewandowski and Ibrahim Badawi. Meanwhile, Hubert Darmetko was getting a little bit impatient. Finally, John Dillon made a little bit of a slip up, and that was all Hubert Darmetko needed to get through. Soon, Darmetko would go hunting for the Cup 2 leader, Leandro Martins, as John Dillon faced increasing challenges from not just Igor Klaya in the white Porsche, but also Uwe Lauer in the GT3 spec Ferrari. And what a lunge from Uwe going into the centre chicane. He had an absolutely brilliant overtake there, and he followed it up by going all the way around the outside at turn 9 and 10 on John Dillon. Uwe Lauer took the brave pills this afternoon, as Igor Klaya tried to lunge his way past John Dillon as well. They had a great scrap out there on circuit. Another great scrap between Badawi and Lewandowski. They were fighting for much of the race. This felt like the best opportunity for Lewandowski, but too late on the brakes on the outside line, and ultimately that would be the apex of his efforts to try and get that overall podium and indeed that Cup 4 win. Sadly not the case. Hubert Darmetko, however, did succeed at closing in on Leandro Martins, as Adrian Lewandowski succeeded in doing his best rally driver impression without the aid of a handbrake. And it was this man, J-Mo Hartling, that would thunder his way through Jerez faster than anybody, and Hubert Darmetko managed to get that Cup 2 win right at the close of the race. 25, or should I say 30, action-packed minutes of GT Winter Series racing. Very much looking forward to some more of that on Sunday. The Winter Series Sunday is an all-day-long affair. And it is going to be, of course, more racing from the Formulas, the GTs and the GT4s, but for now we can get some more insight from Chris McCarthy. So let's go back down.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, I'm down with Martin Kazmarski. Martin, great to have you with us, racing in GT Winter Series and on the podium as well. What an entry.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to stay with you guys, but to be honest, I'm not so happy because the car in front of me, the driver, is really awesome. And to be honest, I see how many things I need to repair, how many things I need to make it a bit better to even to catch them, because like it's the car, the driver was, oh my God, magic driver. I was so slow, but even that, I on second place. I feel well. That's my first time in this car, and good that we are on the finish. Not damages. It's okay.
I mean, one thing that we have here at GT Winter Series is a lot of track time, I guess, so even in the races as well. So I guess a lot of time to try and adapt to the car. How have you been finding the car overall? I know you've driven, hearing from Adam Weller's commentary, you've driven a lot of things over the years.
Yeah. I was driven Dakar, I was driven cross country, I was driven rallycross, I was driven Porsche, I was driven something more. It's like the funny thing is like every season is something new, or new races or rallies or a new car. And this season, of course, is the same. This is a completely new car, and I was driving this car 2 months before this race, just for one time, just for a training. And yesterday was my first time in this car, and it's okay. It's completely big difference. It's big difference, huge difference between Porsche and the Mercedes, and I feel really cool in this car. I hope I will stay in this car for a long time.
How does it feel jumping in this compared to some of the other stuff you've done? I mean, I imagine it's a little bit different going around Jerez in a GT3 to Dakar.
It's so big different that I cannot tell you. It's incredible. Yeah, I never driven T2 class in cross country, but I think this is the same difference between T2 and T11. It's like this is a really proper race car, and Porsche, which I had last year, is also good, but different. Oh my God, I cannot compare. Everybody needs to jump into the Mercedes and feel the car. Really.
I can see people gathering. So just a couple more questions. What attracted you to this series in particular, GT Winter Series?
Once again, sorry, sir.
What attracted you to race in GT Winter Series in particular?
You mean what kind of races I will do, yeah?
No, what brought you to GT Winter Series? What was it that made you make the decision to race in this?
Yeah. For me, I try to do as many kilometers as I can, for sure, before the season. And Winter Series, I like this event. Yeah, I like you guys. And it's a good time to spend in better weather, of course. For me, weather is the most important because right now in Poland is not so good. First thing. Second thing, kilometers, and also spend good time because this is a really nice event, really nice people. You are really nice, and the guy in front of the camera is also not. No, you are okay, yeah? Yeah, everybody are nice, that's why I would like to spend good time, and I hope so we see it in Valencia and in, how is it, Aragon?
Yeah, it's great to might be a little bit more to the cross-country stuff that you do. We're going to get you up, but great to have you with us, Martin. And we'll get you up. Time to go and celebrate on the podium.
You're going to go with me?
You're going to go. You're going to go. Yeah, go. Yeah, off you go. Thank you for speaking.
Thanks. Have a nice day.
Martin Kazmarski, what a great interview that is. They're going to go up and get ready for the podium now. Lucas is right up there. Look, Johnny, you can see. Give us a wave, Lucas. He's almost ready to go. So Adam will very quickly hand back to you, and then the proceedings on the podium will start.
Oh, that was a very funny shot. I'm sorry, I can't hide the laughter. That was a very good shot. Well done, Johnny, down in the pit lane. That was good. Yeah, we will hand up to Lukas Gajewski in just a few minutes. Great to hear there from Martin Kazmarski, a driver with a very diverse portfolio in motorsport. And we are looking forward to seeing how he progresses in GT Winter Series over the next couple of weeks. It's been a windy day today, as you can see from the local Spanish flag. However, it has been a jolly good day as well. And we are very excited to see what Winter Series Sunday will bring us in terms of the racing action. We still have some celebrating and some wrapping up to do here, though, today. So do stay with us. If you are here at the circuit, to cheer our final grid onto the podium, and indeed to just lap in the atmosphere a bit longer as the circuit descends into golden hour. And we are looking forward to going to the Sunday racing because we do have a packed schedule. I understand, though, that Lukas Gajewski is ready to go with a full haul of racing drivers, so let's go to the podium.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Adam. As you said, it's golden hour and it's time for some golden trophies just as well. Great to see a very, very packed pit lane down there to celebrate the first set of winners after race one of this weekend in the GT Winter Series. So let's kick off the celebrations, and we start with our GT3 class podium. We've seen some fabulous battles in all parts of the field, really, in GT3 class. So let's please welcome the third place driver in GT3 for Die Biermacher Racing, Uwe Lauer. In second place for PTT Racing, Martin Kaczmarski. And your GT3 winner for SR Motorsport is J-Mo Hartling. Congratulations to the GT3 top three as the Gedlich Racing organization with Stefan Lehner, Jan-Jürge and Markus Gedlich are ready to hand out the trophies to our GT3 top three finishers. Of course, J-Mo and Martin dominating the race in P1 and P2, and Uwe with some fabulous overtaking maneuvers further down the top 10. Now, we've already spoken to J-Mo and to Martin down there in Park Ferme. But of course, thank you very much for applauding, guys. We need to have a word with Uwe just as well, because I think, Uwe, you really enjoyed your time on the circuit there.
Yes, it was a very tricky race for me. In the first part, the car functioned very good, and in the second part, I have a lot of vibrations in the car, so it was not easy for me. Yeah.
You showed some great overtaking maneuvers there. It was very, very great to watch. Thank you very much. Please give the guys a big round of applause. Your top three finishers in GT3, Uwe Lauer, Martin Kaczmarski and J-Mo Hartling. Thank you, guys. You're done for tonight. No champagne. Champagne is going to come up tomorrow. Be back here tomorrow after race 3, and then there's going to be champagne to round off the weekend in GT Winter Series here in Jerez. Next up, though, is our podium for Class Cup 1, which is reserved for the fabulous Ferrari 488 Challenge machinery. And in third place, for the first time in GT Winter Series, it's Kessel Racing and Petros Makris. Third place for Petros, there he is. Welcome to the GT Winter Series podium, Petros, in third place in Cup 1. There you go. In second place for AF Corse is Motohiko Isozaki. Congratulations. And here is your Cup 1 winner for tonight from AF Corse just as well, John Dillon. So these are the Cup 1 trophies presented by Jan, by Stefan and by Marcus to our Cup 1 winners. And of course to Motohiko and to Petros in second and third place just as well. I'm going to quickly step in to speak to Petros. First time racing with Kessel Racing in GT Winter Series. We really hope you enjoyed your time out there.
It was fantastic. I'd really like to thank my team. It's first time ever in a race car. I cannot say too many words. Words cannot describe the feeling. It's fantastic. And thanks to Marco.
Absolutely great to have you here. Thank you very much. Let's speak to Motohiko just as well. Enjoying your time as always, I think.
Yes. Very interesting. Yes.
Congratulations to P2, and of course, here's your winner, John. What an exciting atmosphere here in Jerez, driving a Ferrari in the sunset and winning it as well in class.
Oh yeah, you can say that, but I tell you what, a lot of pressure. You know, these guys were really quick behind me and everything, but yeah, I just managed to keep it together, brought it home, and yeah, another podium, and what a great championship.
That's great to hear. Have a very good evening. Are we done for photos? No, we still need you, so please get together on the highest step of the podium, which is a great chance for Daniel, our photographer, to take some pictures, and for you down there in the pits to give a big round of applause once again. Petros Makris, Motohiko Isozaki, and your winner, John Dillon. The next podium is for Cup 2, which is our Porsche Cup class. That's going to be next up. So please welcome in third place of Cup 2 from PTT Racing, Igor Klaya. I think Igor's still relaxing after a very, very tough battle on the circuit. And I think some of the Gedlich crew having dinner as well already. So there he is. There is Igor. in third place in Cup 2. In second place, after that fantastic battle to the line for Raka Motorsport, Leandro Martins. And your winner in Cup 2 for PTT Racing is Hubert Dametko. Big round of applause and huge cheer down there for Hubert. Well deserved after that fantastic last bit of the race against Leandro for the Cup 2 victory. Stefan, Marcus and Jan presenting the trophies to our drivers, and that's our chance then let's do the photos maybe first of all with our top 3 on the highest step of the podium there, and then afterwards let's speak to Igor in third place. Very, very interesting battles for you out there, especially because you had to fight against other cars from other classes just as well, which always makes it difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I was starting from the last line. I love it. And so I prefer to skip next qualification because anyway, I'm always last.
But it's another podium for you, so please make sure to enjoy your evening. Same, of course, applies for Leandro. No interview? Some words in Portuguese then.
Em português. Sim, foi uma boa prova. Desfrutei muito e tá ótimo.
I think it means it was a fantastic race, and although I only scored second in the end, I'm still very happy. Thank you very much. And here's your winner. Here is Hubert after that fantastic battle together with him for the top step of the podium. You waited quite long, didn't you? But in the end, you made it count.
Yes, because the start was very difficult to me. I was very late. And then I tried to regain the position for like 7 or 8 laps, I don't even remember. And luckily I got up to Leandro, but on I think it was the last lap, or something like this.
Second to last, yeah.
Yes, second to last. And a lot of luck, and but great battle with Leandro, so. Yeah.
Have a great evening, guys. It's well deserved. Please, another big round of applause for Igor Klaya, Leandro Martins and Hubert Dametko. Your top 3 in Cup 2, and of course 2 more races, 2 more competitions coming up tomorrow, as is 1 more podium for tonight for Class Cup 4 for our Lamborghini Trofeo machinery. 3 drivers coming up onto the podium to round it off, and in third place for Autosport Racing, it's Alessio Ruffini. In second place for GT3 Poland, Adrian Lewandowski. And your winner for DL Racing, Ibrahim Dadawi. Ibrahim Badawi on the top step of the podium. So here is the last set of trophies being presented by Jan Jürge, by Stefan Lehner and by Markus Gedlich to the top 3 finishers in Cup 4 for the Lamborghini Trofeo cars. What an exciting competition there. Just waiting for the podium pictures to be taken from Daniel, our photographer, and of course then we would like to hear from these 3 guys as well. Just give me a second to step in. No, I'm not allowed. Why would I? But that's all right. Alessio, third place in Lamborghini Trofeo. How was your race tonight?
It was complicated because, 2 crashes, but it's experience for me, my second race, so at the end is great.
Have a good evening. Thanks for being here on the podium, Adrian. What an exciting end to the race with a proper Cup 4 fight as usual in GT Winter Series.
It was really crazy race. I mean, we had the fight all the race, and it was close. Once I overtook, then I lost the position, and finally I finished behind the Ibrahim. But generally, the race was pretty fun to race, and today second place.
And I hope it was very, very funny for you as well, being the winner.
Yes, of course, it was a fun experience. We had the Hankook tires, so by the end of the race, they are Michelin's, it's a bit faster. So we tried our best, and by the end of the race, the car was sliding, and every time I downshift the differential, it was a disaster. But it was really fun, and I really enjoyed it, and congrats to all the drivers.
So let's please have another big round of applause for your top 3 in Cup 4, Alessio Ruffini, Adrian Lewandowski, and Ibrahim Badawi. Thank you very much indeed. And downstairs in the pit lane, I can see Chris McCarthy and Adam Weller, who are ready to round off the first action-packed day here in Jerez. So, down to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Great to wrap up with some podium celebrations there for the GT Winter Series. I'm now down in pit lane with the voice you've been hearing throughout the day, Adam Weller. Adam, fantastic job as always. Great to have you down in the pit lane. Of course, we still have many of the GT Winter Series fans, teams, family who are around here who have been enjoying the podium celebrations, as have we. And you just said to me, I've never actually stood and watched a podium. So how was it for you, standing and watching a podium celebration?
Yeah, I mean, I did it a couple of times at some smaller, like, national circuits in the UK, but as I came up here and looked at the perspective of this massive podium here at Jerez, I went, I haven't seen anything like this before. I've been doing this 10 years, that's weird, but yeah, so new experiences all round.
Great to have you down with us to enjoy the podium, and so you should. And Lucas is now with us as well. So great to have you both down with it. Guys, I think we'll start by summarising GT Winter Series as we have our winning car just being pulled away in the background there, the number 11 SR Motorsport. I guess we'll just get general thoughts. We won't do drivers of the weekend, teams of the weekend. We'll save that for tomorrow. Of each class, we'll work backwards as we can see the GT Winter Series cars being pulled away in the background. General thoughts of the GT Winter Series races?
Variety is always the spice of life, my friends. 3 different classes, 4 different classes, numerous battles all throughout the field between people fighting for class honours, people fighting for the sake of fighting, even if they're not in the same class. GT Win Series, always brilliant. And I mean, J-Mo Hartling, we've said a lot about him. Very quick, very early in his GT3 career.
And you could see the emotion from him when he got out the car. I'm sure that carried up onto the podium as well. You can't keep those guys off the podium, can you, Lucas?
Well, it's a great thing, isn't it? We have 4 classes. There is a big grid of 14, 15, 16 cars, and no matter where they finish overall, they are always happy to be on the podium just because they are enjoying their time. And I think, as Adam said, sometimes it's because they fight against cars that are exactly the same. Sometimes in the very same race they fight against completely different cars. That's what makes it so exciting, isn't it?
And TCR Spain next then. We'll quickly go through each category. Fantastic. We had a driver here raced in F4 Spain, then coming to win here in TCR Spain. Absolutely fantastic. And a Moto3 rider.
Yeah, TCR Spain, the most recent TCR endeavour for Nacho, who, of course, is the reigning TCR South America champion. Very interesting to see him stoving back into Europe, see what he does next. And yeah, I mean, Ana Carrasco, what a great story. A world champion motorcycle racer taking to 4 wheels.
I'm being told to wrap this up, so we'll skip through very quickly. Lucas, GT4, always very impressive, but these Forsetti guys are really starting to take control now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are incredibly quick. I think it's a great day for Matis Pluschkel, isn't it? One of the first GT4 competitions in his life, being up there on the podium. That's great stuff. And it's going to be exciting tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah, Jamie Day, and another fantastic job. Let's spin that microphone round and now talk about Formula Winter Series. Adam, I'll end with you. 38 cars out there, no safety cars. It was a clean race throughout. Fantastic race all the way through. Great names out there. And a driver who won here at Jerez in F4 Spain, as you put it as well, taking control at the front. But what were your general thoughts of the race overall?
Again, yeah, firstly, wow, they all made it and there wasn't a safety car, and there's a lot of gravel here, so that was very good work. I actually sprinted over to the race director to say, what did you say to them in the driver's briefing? What did you threaten them with? Amazing that everybody stayed clean. Very promising for the races to come. And yeah, deserving winners, great performances all through the field, some people making a dozen positions, if not more. 2 more races to come, and I think they're going to be very good fun to watch.
Did we ever work out how many drivers were out there for their first time? Because there were quite a lot, weren't there, doing their very first?
think it's about 21. It's over half the grid.
21 in the single-seater car for the first time. Absolutely fantastic. Well, from us three, I think that will wrap things up now. We go bright and early tomorrow for a whole day of action once more, and we start once again with those 38 drivers here in the Formula Winter Series. But from us three, from Jerez, from the whole Alpha Live crew, for now, it is goodbye. We will see you for day 2 tomorrow.